with their compensation agreements with the FBI. These whistleblowers were subject to demotions, security clearances. Those were suspended, and other retaliations for reporting misconduct at the Biden Department of Justice and Federal Bureau of Investigation. Earlier this year, I worked with the Trump administration to secure an alcohol, tobacco, firearm whistleblower, new employment, and a financial agreement. He, like others, was severely retaliated against by the Biden Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms Agency. Thanks to whistleblowers, we know that partisan FBI agents and Department of Justice prosecutors created and advanced the partisan investigation known as Arctic Frost. Arctic Frost was a vehicle to improperly investigate the entire Republican political apparatus. Subpoenas went out for about 400 conservative and Republican organizations and individuals. Jack Smith and the FBI secretly obtained tolling data from Republican members of the Congress. Jack Smith and his team issued at least 197 subpoenas targeting these 400 individuals and entities. Jack Smith, by the way, all of these entities and individuals were Republican. Jack Smith set out almost the day after Trump announced he was going to seek re-election to put President Trump in prison. And that all went on during the Biden administration. Now I've launched a new Arctic Frost website outlining my investigations and the thousands of pages of records that I've made public. And I'd like to note to everybody, a majority of these records were made public through me from whistleblowers, not the government agency itself, which once again emphasize if you want the public's business to be public, if you want transparency to bring accountability, you see the very famous or very important role that whistleblowers play in government accountability. In November last year, I also made public records showing the partisan officials at the Department of Justice and FBI interfered with investigations, also alleged wrongdoing by the Clinton campaign. Despite records showing that FBI agents had evidence the Clinton campaign and the Democratic National Committee intentionally concealed payments that targeted then candidate Trump, meaning during his first campaign, Department of Justice officials Richard Pilger and J.B. Cooney declined to investigate. Pilger and Cooney were also at the center of greenlighting Arctic Frost and Jack Smith's elector case against President Trump. Now, it happens that political infection isn't just a Department of Justice and FBI problem. In November 2024, I wrote to FEMA after reports alleged agency workers instructed a team responding to hurricane survivors to avoid homes with yard signs showing support for President Trump. Reportedly, at least 20 homes in Florida weren't given opportunities for FEMA assistance. In response to my oversight requests, the Trump FEMA told my office it fired 3 employees who engaged in this type of misconduct for political purposes, which was presumably to hurt President Trump's election efforts. Through my oversight, I've also exposed flaws in the Health and Human Services program called the National Human Trafficking Hotline. I've also pressed the State Department on then Secretary Kerry's obstruction of arrests of Iranian terrorists, and third, sought to obtain information from multiple agencies on Afghan evacuees responsible for the horrific shooting of 2 service members from the West Virginia National Guard. Now, the federal government isn't the only bad actor who whistleblowers provided sunlight on. Last Congress, the Simon Wiesenthal Center disclosed to my office that Credit Suisse obstructed an internal investigation of the bank's Nazi-linked accounts. In February 2026, I held a bipartisan Senate Judiciary Committee on this very matter. It revealed that Credit Suisse maintained at least 890 accounts linked to Nazi officials. My hearing also revealed UBS, that's a bank, who has since acquired Credit Suisse, has begun similar obstructive conduct. So here we get to the end of my remarks. As my examples show, whistleblowers are key to transparency. Sunshine Week that we're celebrating this week is an opportunity for the country to highlight the righteous fight for transparency in government. Again, repeating, the public's business ought to be public. Transparency of everything that goes on in government brings accountability. Sunshine is essential to making government accountable to we, the people. I yield.
Chuck, is it okay if I talk now? Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today in strong support of a bill that I have supported from the very beginning, that being the SAVE Act. The Save America Act is common sense. At its core, this legislation is about something very simple, protecting the integrity of our elections. All this bill does is it ensures that U.S. citizens vote in U.S. elections, and that when you show up to vote, you have to prove who you are. That's not too much to ask of someone who's showing up to vote. It's common sense. Now, while it is simple, it is also essential. The right to vote is the foundation of our republic. Trusted, secure elections are what have made us the greatest nation in the world and a beacon of freedom for nearly 250 years. We cannot take this for granted. Across the country, we've seen radical groups weaken election integrity, and chip away at Americans' confidence in elections. In some places, voter rolls have been padded with non-citizens, and basic verification methods have become an afterthought, undermining the constitutional rights of the rest of us who are American citizens. The Save America Act puts a stop to this by requiring proof of citizenship when registering to vote, something many states, including my state of Idaho, already enforce. Idaho already has some of the most secure elections in the nation. The Save America Act simply holds the rest of the country to the same standard we follow in the GEM state, thus ensuring that all of us in America are held to the same standard and to an election that is a believable election and has confidence of America. Now, there's been a great deal of misinformation regarding the SAVE Act. So let me state clearly what this act does and does not do. First, the Save America Act does not federalize our elections. It keeps them squarely in the hands of the states, as it should be. Second, some of my Democrat colleagues claim this legislation is voter suppression. That is simply false. The requirements to vote in our elections are clear. You must be a U.S. citizen, at least 18 years old, and a resident of the state where you are registered. That's not too much to ask. It certainly doesn't suppress votes. The Save America Act does not change those requirements or add unnecessary red tape. What it does is ensure that the most fundamental requirement, U.S. citizenship, is actually verified when someone registers to vote. Under current law, individuals can register to vote in federal elections by simply checking a box claiming they are a citizen. The Save America Act closes that loophole by requiring proof of U.S. citizenship at the beginning of the voter registration process. It only needs to be done once. That is not voter suppression. It is basic election integrity. Third, Democrats are arguing that requiring identification makes voting harder. But Americans already show identification for countless activities in routine daily life. We needed to drive a car. We needed to board an airplane. We needed to go to work for a job, and so much more. If we expect ID for these basic actions, it's only reasonable to expect that proof of citizenship before someone is allowed to participate in federal elections. Poll after poll shows that the vast majority of Americans, Republicans and Democrats and independents, support requiring identification and proof of citizenship to vote. So let's do our job and vote for what the American people want. Every American should have confidence that when they cast a ballot, their vote counts and is not diluted by non-citizens voting in the same election. The Save America Act ensures that that's what happens. Safeguarding our elections is not only common sense, it is integral for a country like the United States of America that is a robust democracy have in order for people to have confidence in the country. That's why I'm committed to doing what it takes to pass the Save America Act. I'm proud to support this bill and work with my Republican colleagues to get it to the President Trump's desk to be signed into law. Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
Senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think all of us know here in the Senate that senators have the ability to write the titles of their own bills. You can give a bill whatever name you want, whether it's accurate and true or misleading. And in this case, we have a bill that's been entitled the Save America Act. But make no mistake, this is not about saving America. That is a fraud on the American people. And what we are hearing from our Republican colleagues and what we hear from the President of the United States is that there's this rampant non-citizen voting in our election. Donald Trump says there's so many non-citizens voting at the polls that they're rigged. In fact, that's why he lost in 2020, he says. But of course, we know there's zero proof for that. We know, in fact, that it's a big lie. It's already illegal to vote if you're not a United States citizen. And the cases of non-citizen registration and non-citizen voting are vanishingly rare, almost non-existent. So what is this really about? Well, it is about Trump's obsession with a federal takeover of our elections. That's not my word, that's his. He said he wanted to take over our elections. And they do, Donald Trump does, want to make it particularly hard for voters who they think will vote against them, wants to make it particularly hard for those voters to actually be able to cast their votes. And that's what this bill is all about. It is about making it more difficult for millions and millions of Americans to act harder for those Americans who President Trump assesses will vote against him or against Republicans. Why else would Donald Trump have said, quote, "It will guarantee the midterms"? By it, he meant this bill. So the President of the United States is saying that if Republicans pass this bill, it will guarantee them the midterm elections. The only way that could be true is if this bill were designed to try to prevent, slow down, make it harder for millions of Americans to cast their vote who Republicans and Donald Trump think will vote against Republicans in the midterms. He goes on to say, quote, "If you don't get it, big trouble." Meaning that if we actually let American citizens vote and we don't put up these additional restrictions, President Trump assesses that Republicans will lose the midterms, and he's desperate to change that. We already saw that in the redistricting effort in Texas and other places around the country. This is part and parcel of that effort. Donald Trump said that was the goal, and in fact, recently fired former Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem said the same thing in different words. Here's what she said a few weeks ago in Arizona. Said, quote, "We've been proactive to make sure that we have the right people to vote." And then she said the other part out loud, to vote to elect the right leaders. In other words, let's try to shape the electorate by passing this bill so that we, the Republicans and President Trump, get the voters they want to elect the, quote, leaders they want, meaning Republicans. That's what this is all about. It's not about saving America. It's about saving Republicans in the midterm elections and beyond. And they do this by making it harder for citizens to vote. So yes, it is suppressing the vote. If you make it harder for anyone in this room who's an American citizen or anybody around the country to go out and cast their vote, if you put up hurdles to casting those votes, yes, it's making it more difficult to vote. That is suppressing the vote. So let's look a little more deeply at the underlying claims behind this bill, right? The claim that we have all these non-citizens that are voting. They can't prove it. In fact, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, said that non-citizens voting is something they know is happening, quote, intuitively. Intuitively. He went on to say, but it's not something that's easily provable. Not something easily provable. That's ridiculous. Of course it's provable. People go into a voting booth, they give their name, that's a matter of the official record, and you can go about finding out whether the person who register and cast their vote, in fact, is an American citizen. It is provable. And the problem Republicans have is they set out to prove it and came out completely empty. Completely empty. Let's look at the findings of the Conservative Heritage Foundation. So this is a conservative think tank, Republican think tank. They could only find 24 instances in 20 years of somebody who voted without being a citizen, or maybe it was just registered to vote, but 24 instances between the year 2003 and the year 2023. This is what they're calling a rampant problem. The Cato Institute, it's not a liberal organization, it put out a report last month noting that Utah, the state of Utah, reviewed its approximately 2.1 million voters and found one confirmed non-citizen who had registered but never voted. I mean, it's certainly possible that if you're a permanent resident, if you have a green card, you might mistakenly believe you can vote in an election and register and then realize you really can't, and then not cast the vote. So Utah looked at 2.1 million voters, not a single one, not a single non-citizen among them cast a vote, and only one registered. In Georgia, out of 8.2 million registrants, Georgia found only 20 who were non-citizens. I don't even know if they ended up voting or not. So obviously in this country, we want only American citizens to vote, and that is what's happening. American citizens are the ones who are voting, not non-citizens. And if you think about that, it makes intuitive sense, right? The penalty, the federal penalty for providing false information when you register is up to 5 years in prison. And then if you actually go ahead and cast a vote as a non-citizen, it's up to another 1 year in prison. Nobody is going to risk going to prison for 6 years in order to cast a vote in an election. I mean, that defies common sense, and it also defies the fact, which is why Republicans can't come up with any proof to support their claim, which they argue justifies this bill. None. Again, the speaker says it's an intuition. In other words, it's a feeling he's got. But there's no proof to support it, because there isn't any. So that is the false claim being made to justify this bill. In other words, it's a bill in search of a problem, but actually the problem doesn't exist, so it's obviously in search of something else. And that something else is making it harder for millions of Americans to vote. As I mentioned, Donald Trump thinks if this bill is passed, it will, quote, guarantee Republicans the midterm. Former Secretary of Homeland Security says we need this bill to get the right voters to vote for the, quote, right leaders. I was just listening to one of my Republican colleagues on the floor talk about how we need ID for all sorts of things, and of course that's true. You need a license to drive a car. But guess what? That license that you get, that's not proof of citizenship. That doesn't qualify under this bill. Even the new real IDs don't qualify for proof of citizenship under this bill, because there are non-citizens who have those forms of ID. So when Republican senators talk about how these other forms of ID that we use every day, suggesting that they could be used for this purpose, that's just not true. What this bill does is essentially narrow the forms of ID that you need to prove that you're a citizen in the first place to essentially two categories. One is a passport, Now, it turns out that only about half of Americans have a passport. So that means half of the American citizens that are preparing to go out and vote will not be able to vote because they wouldn't have the proof of citizenship. They don't have the passport. Or it's an original birth certificate. Well, I think we all know that there are lots of Americans that don't have their original birth certificate. In fact, if you're a woman who's gotten married and changed her name, that original birth certificate won't provide you the proof of citizenship required under this law. And research at the Brennan Center at the University of Maryland shows that more than 21 million American citizens do not have these required documents readily available. 21 million American citizens who will be forced to go through all these additional hoops and, by the way, pay money in order to get the required ID. And of course, in America, we're not supposed to have a poll tax. You're not supposed to have to pay the government any money for the right to exercise your right to vote. But that's what this bill does for maybe up to 21 million of our fellow American citizens. So if there really were like proof of an epidemic of non-citizen voting, of course we would need to look for ways to prevent that from happening. We would have to come up with some form of required ID to meet that problem. But there is no proof there. There is no there. Now, one of the ways that the Trump administration proposed trying to get to the bottom of all this claim fraud was to require states to send the Department of Homeland Security their voting information. In fact, the Department of Justice has been asking a lot of states for this information. You may recall that Attorney General Bondi and former Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem were telling people in Minnesota, you know, we'll call back ICE and their lawless efforts if you give us your voter ID information. And of course, in our country, we have state-based elections. Thank goodness. Thank goodness we count our elections at the state level. Can you imagine if we did what Donald Trump wants to do, which is federalize the elections and like count them at the White House? I mean, you remember in 2020, after he lost, the President of the United States was calling down to Georgia, Fulton County, and saying, find me, what was it, 6,000 some votes? Thank goodness we don't have centralized federal elections in the United States of America, because you can be sure that President Trump would make sure when he conducted the count at the White House, it would come out his way. So we don't have that, but we now have a Department of Homeland Security who is essentially demanding that states provide the federal government with their voter information. And a lot of states are suing, they're fighting back. Some states have been providing that information to the Department of Justice and to other entities. But it turns out that when the states hear back from the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Homeland Security is giving them all sorts of misinformation. Let's look at a couple examples of states that have already shared their voter roll data with DHS. And this was, again, for the purpose of DHS checking to make sure that voter rolls in those states did not include non-citizens. So DHS was going to scrub those records and let the states know what kind of problems they have. Well, Missouri's records were reviewed by DHS, And turns out DHS found hundreds of voters that DHS said were ineligible to vote. Guess what? It turned out that DHS was wrong. They were eligible voters. So DHS was essentially telling the state of Missouri that eligible American citizen voters, in fact, were not eligible. As one county clerk in Missouri said of the DHS system, quote, "This is not ready for prime time, and I'm not going to risk the security and constitutional rights of my voters for a bad idea," unquote. That's a clerk in the state of Missouri. An election administrator in Texas said, and I quote, "I really find no merit in any of this," unquote. That was after 3 eligible Texas voters, in other words, eligible American citizen Texas voters, had been flagged for removal by DHS. So here's the state of Texas. Okay, DHS, take a look at our voter files, and you find all those people that are really not American citizens. Well, guess what? They didn't get any back that flagged people who were not American citizens. They did get back people that DHS claimed were not eligible, but when Texas inspected it, turns out they were eligible to vote. That's the kind of operation that the Trump administration is running at DHS. Now, in addition to requiring this essential federal takeover of review of the voter rolls, this second bill that's been introduced by Republicans in the Senate is even worse than the first, right? The first was called the SAVE Act. This one's called the Save America Act, which, as I said, the real purpose is to save the Republican Party in the midterm elections act. But this second one actually makes it harder for people to register to vote and to vote. So it includes new provisions that President Trump has demanded, prohibiting vote by mail except in very, very narrow circumstances. In order to vote by mail, a voter would have to submit sworn certifications of the specific circumstances, including their health status or travel plans, to their Board of Elections. And even after that, you can't just drop the ballot in the mailbox. You have to send it by certified mail with signature verification. So this isn't a voter ID bill. That's just untrue. It's a specific kind of ID that's required, which millions of American citizens don't have. It's really a show-me-your-papers voter purge bill, making it harder for American citizens to exercise their right to vote. And so, as I said earlier, the real purpose is not to prevent non-citizens from voting. It's to prevent citizens who the Trump administration and Republicans assess will vote against them in the midterm elections, to make it harder for them to vote. You're seeing many other efforts that are ongoing right now to try to rig the midterm elections. I mentioned earlier the efforts to redistrict in Texas. We see challenges to the Voting Rights Act. We see this bill. It's a sign of desperation. It's a sign that Donald Trump knows that the American people don't like what they see coming out of this administration. After all, this is a president who, as a candidate, said he would keep us out of wars, especially in the Middle East, and he would focus on lowering prices. That's what candidate Trump said. What has President Trump delivered? He's gotten us involved in more conflicts than any other president in a very long time, including an illegal war of choice in Iran as we speak. And prices and costs are going up, up, up. Price of groceries going up, price of rent and mortgages going up, health care going up. By the way, we could have at least reduced some people's health care costs if this Senate had voted to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, but Republicans in this body blocked that effort. And so I have constituents in Maryland that now have to pay more because while the Republican so-called big beautiful bill permanently extended tax cuts for billionaires, they let the one tax credit that helps middle-class families afford their health insurance, they let that one lapse. Billionaires, permanent tax cuts, American working families, tax credit for health care, that one they let die, go away. And so health care costs are going up really for everybody. Child care costs are going up. And instead of addressing those issues, we have a president who continues to hide portions of the Epstein files from the survivors as well as from the American people. We have a president who is engaged in driving up the costs to the American people instead of bringing them down. I don't know exactly how many days it's been since the Supreme Court struck down his illegal tariff tax, but it's certainly been enough time for the president and his administration to say that they're going to send the money they stole from the American people back to American households. $1,700 per household is the estimate of what it costs on average, what those Trump illegal tariff taxes cost on average. Give them their money back, President Trump. Do it today. But that's not what President Trump's doing. The war in Iran has already cost us the lives of 13 service members, hundreds more injured, over 2,000 civilians killed throughout the region, from Iran to Lebanon to Israel, including over 160 Iranian schoolgirls killed apparently by a U.S. Tomahawk missile. And that war is making us less safe, not more safe. We all know that the administration has no end game. They took the lid off Pandora's box. They, together with Israel, took out a number of members of the Iranian regime. It's a heinous regime and has been brutal to its own people. But public reporting indicates that our intelligence agencies assess that if you got rid of the top-level Iranian leadership, very likely they'd be replaced by even more radical leaders, people who are closer to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. In other words, people who are even more dangerous and more likely to destabilize the region. And that's what we're seeing. We're spending $1 billion of taxpayer money every day, probably more, on this war that's making us less safe. And by the way, for the president who said he was going to reduce prices, oil and gas prices are going up, up, up. So the American people don't like what they see. And on top of this, it's mixed with a toxic amount of corruption, right? We've got President's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, going around and pretending to be the big peacemaker in the Middle East. Look how that's going. And at the same time doing big, huge deals with Gulf states, with Saudi Arabia and others. We know that this is a president who, with his so-called meme coin, has pocketed millions and millions of dollars for himself and his family. Accepted a luxury jet from the Qatari royal family. Gold-plated Rolex desk clock from Swiss business leaders. In exchange for a gold crown, gave South Korea a lower tariff rate. And probably one of the most corrupt transactions of them all was with the UAE. Because what happened with the UAE was just before Donald Trump was inaugurated as president, someone in the UAE, one of the members of the royal family, made a huge investment in the Trump family stablecoin business. A huge investment. And it wasn't long thereafter that the president's son, Eric Trump, went to the UAE And guess what happened? Sheikh Thanoon, who's a member of the royal family, invested billions of dollars in that Trump family stablecoin business. And then it was about 2 weeks later that Donald Trump goes to the UAE and says to the UAE he's going to relax the restrictions the United States had in place on the transfer of very sophisticated technology to the UAE. Semiconductor technology, AI technology, and we were especially worried about transferring that technology to a particular set of companies in the UAE because of their relationships with China. But you know what? The UAE, member of the royal family, had just invested a lot of money in the Trump family stablecoin business, and so, hey, Donald Trump relaxed the restrictions on the transfer of U.S. technology to the UAE and put that at risk of transfer to China. Massive corruption to benefit the Trump family at the expense of American national security. So, yeah, the American people don't like what they're seeing. We are seeing that in all the polling. And so what this bill before us is the last-ditch effort by the President of the United States and Republicans in the Senate and the House to try to save themselves in the midterm elections. Not by winning fair and square, not by saying every American citizen should be able to exercise their right to vote, but by making it harder for those American citizens that they think are likely to vote against them and for Democrats, making it harder for those people to vote. It's not the Save America Act, it's the Save the Republican Party, the Midterm Elections Act. You know, you would think that President Trump would recognize that where the American people really want to see action is on meeting the promises that he made. Like, keep us out of foreign wars, including this illegal war of choice in Iran. Actually do something to bring down prices. I've tried to get the White House interested in a bill I've introduced. It's called Power for the People Act. It's got a very simple premise, which is that consumers across America, ratepayers, our constituents, they shouldn't have to be paying higher electricity costs to fund data centers being built by the richest companies and corporations on the planet. In my state of Maryland, we're part of a 13-state grid called PJM. People living in those areas have spent $28 billion in higher electricity costs already for those data centers. So we really need to focus on what candidate Trump said he wanted to focus on, bringing down costs and ending foreign wars, not doing the opposite. And this bill is an attempt by Donald Trump and Republicans in Congress to prevent the American people from expressing their views at the ballot box in November 2026 by making it harder for millions of Americans to vote. That's what this is really about. And I urge my colleagues to strongly oppose it. And I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk shall call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Mr. President,
The senator from New Mexico,
I would ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nearly 5 years ago, I stood on the Senate floor and I said that we were facing the most dangerous and overt threat to our democratic system in generations. I was speaking then in support of the John Lewis for the People Act. Along with my Democratic colleagues, I was pushing to expand Americans' right to vote and push back against the influence of dark money in our elections. But the threat facing us then pales in comparison to the one that we face today in the form of the Republicans' so-called SAVE Act. Because their SAVE Act does nothing to save anyone from anything. It does not protect our freedoms, it does not protect our elections, and it does not protect our country. Instead, it actively targets all three. So I rise again today to face down this new, dangerous, and overt threat, this time coming from within our own federal government. I rise again today in defense of our right to vote, because our right to vote is the foundation of every other right that we have. From our right to bear arms to our right to peacefully protest, it is only through our right to vote that we can protect those freedoms and demand a government that does the same. We know this to our core, to our founding, to the genesis of our country. When 250 years ago we fought for independence from kings, we did so for a government of the people, by the people. The future of that government right now depends on protecting Americans' right to vote. It depends on ensuring that this lever to hold our leaders accountable, to steer our country's future, and to deliver on our country's promise remains in the hands of Americans. That is, in the hands of all Americans. And when I think about the importance of this fight, I think about my former colleague, whose office was right across the hall from mine when I was a member of the House of Representatives. I think about Congressman John Lewis. I think about him and the thousands who marched in Selma and put their lives on the line to call for the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. I think about the thousands who fought against reading tests and poll taxes, folks who faced lynching for having the audacity to cast their vote, folks who ensured access to the vote wouldn't belong only to the wealthy, land-owning men. I think about the thousands of women who organized and marched to demand passage of the 19th Amendment. The women who led that movement and the women who rightly demanded to be included within it. And I think about the legislative and courtroom battles that delivered the right to vote to Native Americans and Mexican Americans, a right so fundamental to our democracy, but one that generations upon generations of Americans had to fight for, continuing into today. It is our right to make our voices heard through our vote, regardless of income or education, regardless of race or gender. When we as Americans exercise our right to vote, we hold in our hands the reins of this great democracy. And while I stand here in reverence of that incredible right and the decades and decades of work that have brought it into the reach of millions, I also stand here in defense of it, because it is truly under direct threat right now. Republicans' SAVE Act would strip the right to vote from those who don't already have a passport or a birth certificate or the time and money to expedite getting one. It would strip the right to vote from women who took their husband's last name and don't have the means to get the affidavits or extra documents to prove that they are the same person they were at birth. And it would effectively strip voters of the ability to register to vote by mail And the substitute amendment that was offered yesterday would eliminate most mail-in voting altogether. This SAVE Act is today's poll tax, today's exclusion of everyday Americans. Senate Republicans claim that this is necessary to confront the threat of foreign citizens voting in our elections. But the requirements of their SAVE Act the requirements that their act imposes are neither necessary nor justified. They are by design. They are intended to reimpose a wealth requirement to vote, and they are intended to attack married women's right to vote. These are real threats that this legislation poses. This is not a voter ID bill. This is a voter suppression bill. And while the consequences will fall heaviest on married women and those without the money and time to get the necessary documents, it's up to all Americans to push back. Which reminds me of the words of Benjamin Franklin. When asked at the Constitutional Convention if our founders had created a monarchy or a republic, Franklin famously said, "A republic, if you can keep it." We can, we must, and we know how. Because generations upon generations have fought for our sacred right to vote, and in that fight they have shown us the way. Because these are not the first threats we've faced to elections in our country's history, or even in my limited time in the Congress. In 2016, we saw Russia execute a concerted campaign to mislead and divide Americans, all in an effort to influence that year's presidential election. As a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, I helped investigate those efforts, recommending reforms to push back and supporting funding to improve election security across the country, including in my home state of New Mexico. In 2021, we saw then defeated President Trump push his big lie and urge insurrectionists to storm the Capitol to stop the 2020 presidential election certification. As a member of this body, I joined my colleagues in ensuring that the election certification would continue, and later in clarifying our laws to fortify our election certification process going forward. And last July, I helped introduce the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act to fully restore that landmark legislation and to override the Supreme Court's 2013 decision that took an axe to the heart of it. But now, as we enter this midterm election, we see the threats for what they are and who they are coming from. They aren't coming from foreign governments or defeated candidates this time. They're coming from within our own federal government and directly targeting American citizens' right to vote. They are coming from our commander-in-chief, and they are coming from our Department of Justice, and they are coming from many in the Republican Party. They're coming from folks who would rather sabotage and strip away Americans' right to vote than face the American people's dissatisfaction, or for that matter, be willing to tackle affordability. And the legislation they're using to do that is their so-called SAVE Act, one of the most extreme voter suppression bills in recent history. It is intended to undermine our elections using tactics that are straight out of an authoritarian playbook. But we know how to defeat this new threat. Vote no. Vote no on the SAVE Act because it would require every American to prove their citizenship with a passport or a document like a birth certificate every time they register or re-register to vote. Because about 140 million Americans don't have passports. And about 21 million Americans don't have ready access to documents proving their citizenship either. But the process to get a passport, that's not fast. That's not easy. In fact, that's not inexpensive. Requiring voters to purchase or renew a passport for $130 is a modern-day poll tax. This is Jim Crow 2.0. That's even assuming you can get yours in time to actually be able to use it to vote in this year's election. And while I support verifying citizenship, that process should not be limited to just passports and birth certificates. We already have ways to do this, like the Motor Voter Program, which the SAVE Act would effectively eliminate. That program verifies citizenship. Vote no on the SAVE Act because it would require people whose names don't match their birth certificates, like women who have taken their husband's last name, to provide notarized affidavits, documentation that will undoubtedly take more time and more money to produce. Vote no on the SAVE Act because it affects our veterans, too. With the SAVE Act, many service members and veterans won't be able to register to vote or to vote with their military IDs, even people who fought for this country. Vote no on the SAVE Act because even if you happen to have the right documents, you'll find that the bill all but eliminates voter registration drives, online registration, and automatic registration. Vote no on the SAVE Act because even when it's done eviscerating your rights to vote, they're weak, shows they're scared. It shows that their allegiance is to power, not to the American people. And it shows that they have no intention of delivering what the American people actually want right now, which is to bring down costs. In the end, the conclusion is clear. The SAVE Act is straight-up voter suppression, and it's fundamentally undemocratic, un-American, and wrong. It's not just me saying that, not just my Senate Democratic colleagues saying that. My constituents see it for what it is, too. Marie from Albuquerque writes, "This act is a blatant attempt to disenfranchise millions of voters of their rights. It is a blatant attempt to undermine our entire election system." Deborah from Las Cruces says, "Especially in New Mexico, so many citizens do not have the resources to get the sort of documentation that this act requires. It will target not only those in need, but also women who have recently married and changed their name, people who have moved to a different home, Native Americans with little access to the bureaucracy to even obtain documents, and older people who may have been born at home and never had a birth certificate to begin with." Don from Rio Rancho writes, "It would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to implement, streamline, and add staff because we would all have to go in person. And if you live in a rural community, the whole process is even harder." Mariah from Santa Fe writes, "This is a brazen attempt to strip the voting rights of trans, immigrant, and women voters across the country and the GOP's way of putting their thumb on the scale of Americans' future. All of us deserve a part in the great experiment of American democracy. So much progress is made when we're all included, not excluded." And Ms. Marsh Davis from Bloomfield says, "This legislation is not about election security. It's a coordinated effort to suppress lawful voters by turning registration into a bureaucratic obstacle course. Voting should not hinge on flawless paperwork. When officials are afraid to register voters, democracy suffers. Voter suppression is not always loud. Often it works through inconvenience, confusion, and quiet disqualification, ensuring voters only discover the problem when it's too late." These are the voices of my constituents from New Mexico, and they are not alone. Because right now, most Americans know that the SAVE Act is not the answer. They see through Republicans' voter suppression scheme, and they are asking us here in the Senate to fight back. So let me close with some words from United States Senator Dennis Chavez of my great state. Either we are all free or we fail. Democracy must belong to all of us. Mr. President, I have a passport. I have the same last name today as I did when I was born. The SAVE Act won't stop me from voting, but it will stop thousands upon thousands of my constituents. I'll repeat, this is not a voter ID bill. This is a voter suppression bill. All American citizens should have the same right to vote as the senators in this room. All American citizens deserve to hold the reins of this great democracy in their hands. So for those constituents, for all Americans, I say again, either we are all free or we fail. Democracy must belong to all of us. I call upon my colleagues in the Senate, choose freedom, choose democracy, and say no to this so-called SAVE Act.
The senator from Maryland.
I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk should call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks.
If senators want to fund TSA, they should simply support the resolution of Senator Warnock. No ands, ifs, or buts. Who is blocking TSA money from being approved? Republicans. On several occasions, Democrats have gone to the floor and said, let's just fund TSA. We know that there are discussions about ICE and Border Patrol that we haven't resolved, but why hold TSA hostage? Why hold passengers at our airports who are waiting on long lines hostage? All the Republicans have to do is say yes, and those lines will be greatly reduced or go away. The waiting will be greatly reduced, and people will be much happier. So to hold our airport travelers and our TSA workers as hostage is so much the wrong thing to do, and the American people don't like it. But the American people should know, if they get up and block the Warnock resolution, it is Republicans blocking funding for TSA, creating those long lines, and standing in the way of funding our hardworking TSA workers. Democrats are giving Republicans another chance. We can fund TSA workers today. We can make sure our airports are secure today. We can make sure the workers are paid today. They just need to get out of the way and stop blocking TSA officers' paychecks. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Georgia.
so grateful for the leadership of Senator Schumer, and he speaks for all of us. The thing that we have in common on both sides of the aisle is that my colleagues and I travel back and forth from this city to our home states every week. Airplanes are our other office. So every week I fly here or fly back home, I pass by hardworking agents of the TSA. I get to see their dedication up close, their professionalism. They are public service in action. They are working long hours around the clock every day of the year. Wherever we're trying to go, our TSA agents get us there safely, safely to work, safely back to our families, wherever the public is trying to go. And these public servants sacrifice their holidays, their special moments with their families so that we can get to our families. They work nights and weekends to make sure that we in this chamber and the millions of Americans that travel through our nation's airports can do that without fear. And so this is basic. No one should be fooling around with the TSA agents. We have our differences, our debates in this chamber. But for the second time in a year, our TSA workers are working without pay because of Washington dysfunction. Here's what I believe. I believe that if you are working, particularly during a government shutdown, then you should be fully paid. I believe this so much that I've broken with members of my own party to vote to pay all federal workers, which includes TSA officers, during government shutdowns. I think it's simply wrong for my Republican colleagues to use these hardworking Americans as leverage, as pawns, in what they are presenting as a false choice to the American people. Here's the choice that they're presenting to us. They're saying to us, either shut down the government, denying working people the money that they have earned, or vote to continue to support the president's paramilitary force that is wreaking havoc in our streets and killing ordinary citizens for exercising their First Amendment rights. That's a false choice, one I simply cannot accept, and it confounds common sense. The time is always right, Dr. King used to say, to do what's right. And so I'm calling on this chamber to pay TSA workers right now before we again all head to the airports. Let's keep having this debate, but pay the TSA workers. And so with that, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S4127, the TSA Pay Act, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
Sir. The senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, thank you. I do thank my colleague for coming to the floor to be able to talk about this today. He and I are both on airplanes a lot. The comment that has been made here on the floor, though, is before we leave here this week, this should be resolved. I could not agree more on that principle. In fact, last Thursday, I came and said, we should not leave at all this weekend. We should commit to stay. In fact, Senator Hassan and I, my Democratic colleague from New Hampshire, she and I have a bill that says when we get to a moment like this and we have an impasse, we stay. We don't leave. I brought that to the floor last Thursday, Mr. President, and said, let's stay. And everybody left. Went right past TSA officials who are not being paid and went wherever people went over the weekend. I'm saying the same thing again. We should stay here and work out our differences. The easiest way to actually resolve this long term is to say when we get to an impasse on funding, those workers are still paid. There's an automatic continuing resolution that kicks in to make sure they're paid, but we stay in session 7 days a week until we resolve the issues. We shouldn't have weekends when there's a problem somewhere in funding around the country. The pressure should be on us to be able to get things resolved, to debate it out. We are the grown-ups that are supposed to be talking about all these things and working out all of our differences. But that's not happening. And that's been frustrating. Last Thursday, I brought up that the White House had sent over a counter-proposal. There was a proposal that was sent over at the very beginning of this close down of DHS that the White House said, here's some ideas that we want to have. The Democrats then said, no, we want this instead, sent it back over to the White House. The White House then said, okay, we'll take some of your ideas and we'll send this back to you. And then they waited 18 days for Senate Democrats to respond to the White House. 18 days. The White House just had to wait for a counteroffer. As my Senate colleagues were just saying, we're thinking about it. Well, that response did finally come on Monday, but it was a response back to the White House of the same thing they had sent before. The White House is trying to get this resolved, not just for TSA, but how about for Coast Guard? Now, my Democratic colleagues came and said, well, okay, we'll fund Coast Guard as well, in TSA, in Secret Service. But do you know who's not been funded? There's been no offer to fund customs officials that actually work at all of our ports of entry. Their pay is going to be blocked. Homeland Security individuals, there's been no offer to be able to pay those folks around at all. The Homeland Security investigators that actually handle child trafficking, human smuggling, all of our investigations along the border dealing with drug smuggling, there's been no offer to fund them at all. We have simply said this is silly to try to break this up into different aspects of who's going to get funding and who's not going to get funding. TSA is going to get funding, but the customs officials aren't going to get funding. Coast Guard is going to get funding, but the people investigating human smuggling, they're not going to get funding. Let's sit down and figure this out. Let's not have 18 days between an offer and a counteroffer. Let's actually figure this out. Senator Warnock and I could probably sit down this afternoon and solve this. All that everyone's looking for is, how do we actually get people in the room willing to make the decision and making the decisions on this so we can get this all worked out and done? Now, interestingly enough, Mr. President, I was incredibly humbled because when I walked through TSA this week, I walked through with grief as I walked through. Because all I can think is, these folks are busting it. When I get there early in the morning, they've been there for hours already, and they're not getting paid. The folks in Oklahoma are still showing up. We're not seeing the long lines and sick calls and all that kind of stuff. That's not happening in my state. People are still showing up. And I walk past them embarrassed, saying, I'm so sorry that we've not been able to get everybody together to be able to get this solved. But when I came through this week, as I walked through, the first TSA agent that I encountered said to me, we have something for you. And the second person as I came through the line said, don't walk away, we have something for you. And then when I got to my gate, the head of the TSA group in my city walked out and handed me their challenge coin from my local TSA group. And he handed it to me and he said, we see what you're doing. You are trying to get us paid. You're trying to get everybody paid. And we are really grateful that you're actually trying to get this solved. And we just want to say thanks, because it's been a really hard year of sometimes funding happening and sometimes not. In fact, one of the agents in Oklahoma City last month told me they feel like their check is bipolar because they never know where it's going to be at any moment. That just shouldn't be so. It just shouldn't be. So my challenge this week is the same as it is every week. Let's stay here until this actually gets done. Let's not walk away. Let's sit down. Let's figure out how we actually solve this. Let's not take 2.5 weeks to do a counteroffer. to a legitimate offer from the White House. And can I just remind my colleagues, the White House's counteroffer expanded the use of body-worn cameras dramatically. It required ID on every single officer. These are all requests that my Democratic colleagues have made to be able to put in. Said that they won't do enforcement activities in sensitive locations. Make sure that all members of Congress can do oversight and get access to detention facilities. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. This is the list my Democratic colleagues all asked for, yet it never seems to be enough. And my fear is because the politics is better than the resolution. Well, it's not if you're a TSA officer. It's not if you're in the Coast Guard. It's not if you're a customs official. It's not if you're a Homeland Security investigator. Your family's not getting fed. It's not getting better for them. So the politics may be helpful for some. It's not helpful for all. So let's do at least, while we're in the debate, where we started this debate. We didn't start with a shutdown. We started with, okay, let's at least agree we'll keep the government open in all these areas while we're debating. We started with just 2 weeks here and said, 2 weeks, let's do a continuing resolution, let's keep our argument going, but pay everybody. That's where we began on this, but it seems like the easiest thing that we could literally do today and keep our argument going, because hopefully we're close, at least, on all this agreement, if we can ever get everybody to sit down in one room and to solve it. So I'm just going to ask to repeat what we did at the start of this. I asked the senator if he would modify his request so the Senate proceed immediately to consideration of calendar number 156 H.R. 4553, which is a 2-week continuing resolution for Homeland Security. I asked that Senator Warnock would substitute his amendment, number 4353, to be considered and agreed to, the bill be amended, be considered, read a third time, passed, and the motions to reconsider be considered, made, laid upon the table.
Does the senator so modify his request?
I object.
Objection is heard to the modification. Is there objection to the original request?
Painfully so, Mr. President, I do object.
Mr. President.
The objection is heard. Senator from Georgia.
Let me be very clear. Our differences here are differences in principle. And they have real consequences on the streets of America in real time right now. This is not just some theoretical argument. This is not about politics. This is about the people. I disagree fundamentally that we ought to have an unaccountable paramilitary force wreaking havoc on the streets of our country. ICE, as Trump has remade it, is killing American citizens. And I can't pretend like that's not happening. I stood where Renee Good was shot and killed while her vehicle was driving away. I stood where Alex Preddy lost his life while just trying to defend and protect a woman who we all saw being abused by ICE agents in real time. And so this idea that we either have to fund that or shut the government down is a false choice. Republicans have the majority in the Senate, they have the majority in the House, they have the White House. We can pay our workers right now. By the way, ICE already has more than enough money. They gave ICE $75 billion in the one big ugly bill. Let me put that in perspective. In terms of funding, ICE is now bigger than the United States Marines. And my Republican friends are saying to me, saying to my colleagues, that if you don't give this overgrown paramilitary force of masked agents jumping out of unmarked cars more money, we're going to leave TSA workers and others unpaid. I think that's patently unfair. I think we ought to fund the federal workers. We ought to fund FEMA, the Coast Guard, we ought to fund Homeland Security while we have a principled argument about what is happening with ICE, because what is happening there gets to the very basic things that I learned in my 9th grade civics class about the engagement between law enforcement and ordinary citizens every single day. And what we're witnessing in this moment is unacceptable. Pay the TSA workers. That is my offer, that is my request, and therefore I object to the senator's modification.
Senator from Oklahoma.
I appreciate my friend Raphael Warnock coming to the floor, the senator from Georgia, and be able to talk about these issues. The challenge of this is the request has been made to say, let's reform ICE. You referred to law enforcement families that get up every day and put their lives on the line to be able to protect the country as paramilitary officers jumping out on people. I don't refer to them that way, but I would only say the White House has said, we agree with you. Let's reform it. They put in writing new de-escalation training, requirements for badges, requirements for individuals that step out of a vehicle to then identify themselves on it, changes in the way they handle uniforms, body-worn cameras, changes in processing. It's been interesting in saying, my colleague is saying, I can't agree to move and just ignore this didn't happen. No one's asking for that. No one. What we're saying is there's areas we agree with you. Let's make changes in this. I don't like what I've seen. You don't like what you've seen. So let's change it. Let's require body-worn cameras. Let's require badges. Let's require change in uniform. Let's require differences in how we actually identify officers and uniforms and vehicles. And those are all reasonable things. So the offer's been made, then let's make that change. The problem's been, there's been no answer back. We're okay to make those changes. We've literally put in writing, legislative language. This could go into appropriation today to say, let's actually do these changes and things that you're recommending on it. But at the end of the day, that isn't what moves. What moves is back and forth on different things like this to try to identify TSA and divide TSA folks from customs folks and say customs folks are bad, but TSA agents are good. Well, I think both of them are good families because CBP is included in this as well. Those are the folks working at our docks at Long Beach right now. Those are folks working at our international customs trying to be able to bring the stuff off a ship and do inspections on it. They're not being paid. In fact, they're not even being offered to pay because they're looped in with Border Patrol folks. That's the challenge. Once you start slicing this all up and saying this person gets it and this person doesn't, it doesn't work. So because that doesn't work, the offer's been made, let's fix the way we're handling ICE and the way we're handling patrols. But we got to have somebody say yes. In the meantime, offers keep getting sent over. We're waiting on a yes to be able to actually move to resolve the issues. That I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
Mr. President, I know how hard you and so many of our colleagues have worked to get the Save America Act to the floor. And I want to thank you because more than 200 years ago, this nation began as a bold experiment in self-representative government, guided by the enduring words, "We the people." And while the challenges we face today may seem more modern, more complex, more immediate than those confronting the founders, the principles they laid out still offer us lasting guidance. Because we the people agreed how we would live among one another. We laid out our founding documents, how we would create and enforce and uphold our laws. We made clear that our strong republic depended on we the people being engaged in our elections so that we could elect our representatives, the representatives of we the people, to serve us. And that is why the issue before us, the Save America Act, is so important. Because it is grounded in a simple, common sense, indeed a foundational principle that only American citizens should vote in American elections. This should not be controversial. We should not have to dedicate days and days and days on a Senate floor in the United States of America to guarantee the foundational principle that only Americans should vote in American elections. It is a basic safeguard of our republic that ensures that our government remains truly of, by, and for the American people. And in the very beginning, our founders understood the importance of protecting elections. The framers knew that our laws and our systems should reflect the will of American people, no one else. And so Americans must trust that their elections are not corrupted or skewed or nullified by non-citizens or fraudulent voting. And right now, as I stand here, the American people have been very clear with us, all of us, not just those of us on the Republican side in this room, but all of us, the independents, the Democrats, they have been clear. Over 80% of the American public agree and think that we should have IDs presented when you vote. 83% of Americans support voter ID laws. And I have sat here at the dais late last night listening to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle come up with some plausible reason they may oppose this simple concept. And none of it holds water. They say it will keep certain people from voting. So we fix that. You can file a paper and explain right there when you vote who you are and why you don't have the correct ID. Very simple. They say it's going to harm people. In fact, the people they profess to be protecting in some way have come out and said they want voter ID. The very people they think this will harm. This is not a fringe idea. It is broadly supported. It is a common sense safeguard. Questions about election integrity are not new. They were debated by the founders themselves. We now have states that give licenses, admittedly, to people that are here in our country that are not here legally. Many states do that. We also have many of those states that sign people up to vote right when they give them that ID. And so people say, why now? Why do we need ID now? Because of the nonsense and the subversiveness of radicals in states in this country. And so in Florida, where we've done everything right, everything we can to secure our elections, how do Floridians know that their vote is not being diluted by some of these lawless, radical states? I'm one of the newest U.S. senators here, and I am constantly asking, who do the Democrats stand for. They'll fly off to other nation states to defend non-citizens. They'll even stand up for communists in New York. For the life of me, I think they are even putting their necks out there for cartels time and time again. When the rubber hits the road, they know exactly what they want to advocate for. They know exactly who they want to defend, who they'll stand up for. But when it comes for American citizens and having their backs, we're going to fight it. We're fighting it for somebody. May not be American citizens, but they're fighting against it for somebody. We have to ensure people's confidence in the system and the legitimacy of our election results. And if we see resistance on the other side of the aisle to even the most basic safeguard requiring an ID at the ballot box, it does not make sense. In fact, the states that have implemented voter ID laws did not see participation decline. In most cases, participation increased. In the Federalist Papers, it was warned that groups may place their own interests above the public good, risking instability and distrust. That certainly feels familiar to me these days. And one of the ways we protect against that danger is by ensuring that the rules governing our elections are fair, consistent, and trusted by the people. Because when trust erodes our entire system, our republic is weakened. The Save America Act helped reinforce trust in our elections, and it is about more than this one bill. It is about preserving the great experiment of the United States of America, of we the people governing ourselves and doing so through our duly elected officers. That is how we hold them accountable to we the people. And power rests where it should, with the people. It is about protecting this great nation that has endured for 250 years. And because of that, I urge my colleagues, regardless of what party you identify as supporting, I urge you to pass the Save America Act. And Mr. President, again, I thank you for your efforts, and I yield back.
The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I am so grateful that we're having this discussion on the floor. I noted that our friends across the aisle wanted a unanimous consent just to pay TSA workers. And I think it is imperative that we remind the body and also remind our citizens that this is one of their ploys. They have a ploy that they're trying to pull off here, where their goal is to defund federal law enforcement, abolish ICE, and return to a wide open border. Now, the only way they can get to that is if they use the American people and TSA workers as pawns in their scheme and say, we're only going to fund them but not the rest of Homeland Security, because their goal is to defund federal law enforcement, to abolish ICE, and to return to an open border. But the American people are smart. They are watching, they are listening, and they see that what the Democrat Party has chosen to do with this continued shutdown, now more than a month, is to not fund FEMA. Of course, many people need emergency management assistance right now. They don't want to fund TSA. They're asking them to work without a paycheck. Same thing for the Secret Service. And by the way, same thing for Homeland Security investigations, who are going after drug dealers, pedophiles, predators, and a lot of bad actors that came in across our border during the Biden administration. So the American people know what this is about. They also know that by a vast majority, 83% actually, including 71% of all Democrats, 83% of the American people think it is reasonable that if you go to the polls to vote, you show an ID. They do this many times a day, and they think that that's common sense. You prove that you are who you are. If you go to the doctor's office, you're going to do that. When I go to the children's school to have lunch or pick them up, I show that ID. So of course, you should do that when you go to the polls and cast that ballot. In Tennessee, we have been rated #1 in election integrity. Mr. President, there's a reason for this. In Tennessee, you do a few simple things when you cast that vote. You show an ID. Our voter rolls are well maintained, and if you're going to register, you have to be a U.S. citizen. All common sense, all supported by 83% of the American people. You do that because you respect one person, one vote, and you want each and every vote to count. You do that because you respect the men and women who have put on the uniform and have fought to defend the freedom of this great nation so that you and I, each of our citizens, has the opportunity to go to the poll and cast that vote. And it is why voting has remained such a cherished institution in our representative form of government. Now, the Save America Act would require that everyone present that ID when they cast a ballot. It would require proof of citizenship in order to vote. And it would make certain that people who are not citizens are not going to vote in our election. Now, this legislation should be going to President Trump's desk, and I am so pleased that he has really come out in front of this discussion and said, let's get this done. And I find it really almost laughable that some of my colleagues are trying to say, well, this would disenfranchise people. It would make it difficult for people to vote. No, it would not. But what it would do is make certain that we know who is voting. And I think the other thing, too, it would make it harder to cheat. If you clean up your rolls, if you have to prove that you're a citizen, if you have to prove that you are who you are when you go to the polls to vote, it would make it more difficult to cheat. Now, there are 14 states in this country that require zero documentation in order to vote. And there are 12 other states that do not require a photo ID to cast a ballot. Some of these states, California, Hawaii, New York, fail to take basic steps to ensure the accuracy of their voter registration list. Now, there are some ways that states could do this if they wanted to, Mr. President. This isn't rocket science. This is thing that the Secretaries of State's organization will tell you that many states do. States like Tennessee that choose to do this. And many of these states that work to keep these rolls clean and accurate, they go through and they compare their voter rolls with the Social Security Administration death records. Now, why would they do that? Well, it is to make certain that if you are mailing out ballots, you are not mailing unsolicited ballots, and you are not mailing ballots to an address where someone has deceased and someone could possibly have that ballot fall into hands and someone vote it who is not allowed to vote that. Now, our colleagues across the aisle, in addition, like to claim that there's very little illegal alien voting that takes place here in the country. Oh, that never happens. I heard one of my colleagues earlier today, Mr. President, talking about this issue and saying, well, there's just not that much of a problem here. But just this week, the New York Post reported that illegal aliens from China, India, Cuba, and other nations have voted in U.S. elections. And you know what? It goes back decades. And across the country, Heritage Foundation has documented hundreds of instances of proven voter fraud. In October, Texas discovered more than 2,700 potential non-citizens on its voter rolls using the federal systematic alien verification for entitlements database. One database, 2,700. Ohio, that same month, found more than 1,000 potential non-citizens registered to vote in the state. Governor Youngkin over in Virginia removed more than 6,000 non-citizens from Virginia's voter rolls last year. And it's important to note that it is state Republican leaders who are leading the effort to show respect for the voter, clean up the voter rolls, and ensure that everybody's vote counts. If there is someone illegally in the country and they're voting, that cancels out the vote of a citizen. So it is imperative that states that have these large non-citizen populations make certain that non-citizens are not voting. I would encourage my colleagues across the aisle, instead of enabling fraud, they should stand with the American people. As I said, 83% of the American people support the Save America Act. And they should stand there in support of fair, honest, transparent elections. It is time to pass this legislation and move it to President Trump's desk.
Mr. President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Mr. President, the Save America Act answers one simple question. Should non-citizens be able to cast a vote in American elections? The answer is clearly, incontrovertibly, no. Indeed, the right to cast a vote in American elections is something that belongs to American citizens alone. It's a precious right. The American people understand this. And you know what? The American people agree. More than 90% of Republicans, more than 80% of independents, and more than 70% of Democrats want proof of citizenship, a valid ID, in order to vote in American elections. Why wouldn't they? Mr. President, with such a groundswell of support from the American people, it makes me wonder why my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't support voter ID. You must ask yourself, who are they representing? They can't be representing their constituents. If they were, they'd be screaming from the rooftops, pass voter ID into law today. But they're not. They're not. Then you ask yourself, who is their constituency? Is it illegal aliens? Someone in a far-off land they've never met? Are they representing some moneyed interest that are opposed to voter ID? These are all valid questions, but the bottom line is this. The opponents of the Save America Act are not representing the will of the voters, including those of their own party. Voters across this nation are not being represented. I can tell you that whether I'm back in Tennessee or here in Washington, I constantly hear from my constituents about the need to pass this piece of legislation. Tennessee requires an ID to vote, and we have the strongest election integrity laws in the United States. We get it in Tennessee. Tennesseans, like the majority of Americans, understand that every vote cast by an illegal immigrant or anyone who isn't a citizen disenfranchises an American citizen. A vote against this legislation, frankly, is a dereliction of duty. It's further proof of what I think many Americans feel about Congress, that the politicians they sent to Washington don't care about their views and can't be bothered to represent them. Americans are frustrated when the very second a politician is sworn in, that politician seems to forget all about the very people that they took a solemn oath of office to represent, defend, and protect. I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to do the very thing they were sent to Washington to do. It's simple. Represent those who sent you here. Vote in favor of the Save America Act. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I notice the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Senator from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask for unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also, before I talk about the SAVE Act, I just want to point out how the Democrats at this point, time and time again, have refused to fund the Department of Homeland Security. At a time where we have conflict, at a time where we've seen terrorist attacks on the homeland, whether it's in Austin, at Old Dominion, in Michigan, through the disastrous immigration policy overseen by the Biden administration and with the Democrats, where 15 million people came in here illegally, many of which we have no idea who they are. Most of them we have no idea who they are. We do know that there's tens of thousands of murderers, hundreds of thousands of violent criminals. And the Democrats hate ICE and want to defund ICE so much they're willing to endanger the lives of the American people for this showboating and grandstanding. So anything they do out here to act like it's just covering the rear ends, because they know they're the ones responsible for defunding the Department of Homeland Security. That means TSA agents, that means the travel of the American people, that means the Coast Guard, that means Secret Service, that means investigating people who are trafficking children here. This is a wildly bizarre, out-of-step ideology at this point, where open borders is now in their DNA, and their refusal to want to get rid of people who shouldn't be here in the first place, and prioritizing people who are here illegally over American citizens is nuts. Which leads me to the SAVE Act, the Save America Act. This is about making sure that American elections are for Americans, and also protecting women and girls from having men participating in their sports, and children being mutilated and offered up at the altar of a radical ideology. Yesterday, Democrats unleashed a coordinated barrage of lies about this amendment that I have, the substitute amendment, the Save America Act. President Trump's talked about it, widely supported. They've told lies about it, from claims of voter suppression and mass disenfranchisement to the absurd charge that it somehow makes it harder for married women to vote. How insulting. How insulting. It is pure, unadulterated fear-mongering without any basis in fact or in law. And so today I rise to do one thing they fear the most: present the actual text of the bill. The Save America Act has 3 clear claims, this amendment that's pending. Title I, Save American Voters, restores integrity to our federal elections. What could be more important in this republic, this continent-wide republic where we've committed to ourselves this idea of self-government and structure to make sure that people who are voting are who they say they are, and they're not here illegally. It requires proof of citizenship to register to vote, requires voter identification, makes in-person voting the rule for able-bodied Americans while preserving absentee ballots for our military, individuals with disabilities, caregivers, those who are sick, those who are even traveling, and verified hardship cases that the state can determine. Title II, Save American Sports, defends biology and biological reality in women's and girls' sports. And Title III, Save American Children, protects innocent children from irreversible medical mutilation and chemical castration. That is what we're actually debating. Not all these lies and all the nonsense to distract the American people from really popular issues, 80-20 issues, 90-10 issues. These are common sense issues, and they're very afraid of them. They're very afraid of having to vote on these things. They're very afraid of these things becoming law because it's really difficult to go back home and explain your no vote on that you think only Americans can vote in American elections. But the Democrats would rather fight ghosts than facts. The Democrats claim this bill targets Democrat voters. That's a lie, the most revealing one of all. This bill targets only fraudulent and illegal voters, non-citizens who have no right to our ballot, and cheaters who refuse even the most basic safeguards of lawful voting. If my Democrat colleagues want to stand here and suggest that requiring citizenship and voter ID somehow threatens their political coalition, they're free to make that argument. But maybe you're protesting just a little bit too much. But the American people are listening. The Democrats claim that voters will have to show up at the polls carrying proof of citizenship. That's false. That's not what the bill says. This bill allows any individual to make an attestation at the polling place if it's questioned about his or her citizenship. If you're registered to vote, you remain registered to vote. So no, the bill doesn't require American citizens to drag a file folder of citizenship papers to the polls. They call it Jim Crow 2.0. It's worth remembering that it was the Democrat Party that withheld the franchise from black Americans. It was the Democrat Party that waged a civil war to keep people oppressed because of their race. So these claims are total nonsense. What this bill does require is far more modest and far more reasonable that the Americans at least attest, that you have to attest that you're a citizen. People believe that citizens should vote. Non-citizens don't get to vote. I know my Democrat colleagues wanted 15 million people here illegally to count in the census and mess with reapportionment because they've lost the argument with American people. But that's not what this bill does. It says that only Americans can vote in our elections. Let me say that again. My Democrat colleagues have pulled a 5-alarm fire because this bill asks people to simply attest that they're U.S. citizens when they duly register to vote here. That is not suppression. That is not disenfranchisement. That's the bare minimum of seriousness in a self-governing republic. American elections are for Americans. And spoiler alert for my Democrat colleagues, federal law already requires applicants to attest that they're citizens when they register to vote. 52 U.S.C. Section 20508B2 requires the federal voter registration form to include a statement that includes citizenship. All we're doing here is taking that from a box-checked exercise to something that an election authority can actually verify in an individual assessment. That provision, by the way, was introduced by a Democrat congressman, passed by a Democrat-led Senate, and signed into law by a Democrat president. Oh, how times have changed. I've seen a clip recently of the minority leader begging for fraud protections, begging that photo ID be presented when people vote. But something has happened. The Democrat Party has been completely radicalized and believes that illegal immigrants should be able to come here, never have to leave, and now vote in our elections. But today, that same common sense idea that I just mentioned is slandered as Jim Crow. The Democrats claim that the bill text disenfranchises married women and name changes. That's also false. The text of the bill makes plain as day that married women, they're not going to have to re-register to vote. All they have to do is attest that they're an American citizen. And they're afraid of these facts because they know if people are aware of the facts, this remains an 80-20 issue, a 90-10 issue. And it makes it really hard for them to explain their no vote. It couldn't be any easier. This is common sense. It's actually insane and ridiculous that we have to debate this. So their talking points are wrong. It's reckless. And again, an attempt to frighten the American people. They claim it abolishes absentee voting. That's also false. It ends the failed COVID-era experiment of mass mail-in voting by default, the same disorder that weakened the chain of custody, blurred deadlines, and undermined public confidence. When the leftist lawyers streamed all across this country in 2020 trying to undermine voter integrity laws, when I was Attorney General in Missouri, we stood up, we fought back, we won all 3 cases. We didn't settle those cases and allow some ridiculous election process where ballots are just sent out whether people requested them or not, random drop boxes all over, no way to verify the votes, deadlines didn't matter. This bill actually does preserve absentee voting for Americans with real needs, our military members, the disabled, caregivers, and verified hardship cases, those who are sick, those who are traveling, and others. They claim it triggers mass purges of lawful citizens. That's false. They know it. In other words, the pattern here is simple. They don't want to debate what's actually in the bill. They want to terrify people with things that are not actually in the bill. Because the truth is that this amendment, the substitute amendment that I've offered, is built on 3 propositions that normal Americans understand immediately. Citizenship matters. Biological reality matters. And protecting children matters. Mr. President, this Senate was not sent here to traffic in slogans or manage decline. As America approaches her 250th birthday, the least we can do is prove that self-government still means something, that a nation still has the right to define membership, that elections still deserve rules, that women and girls still deserve protection, that children still deserve adults willing to defend them. Read the text, debate the text, then have the courage to vote for it. The time for excuses is over. The time to govern and to defend our republic has arrived. Pass the Save America Act. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with me today is Mr. Matt Turner, one of my colleagues from my office. Mr. President, I would like to talk for a few minutes about the SAVE Act. I'm a co-sponsor. I support it unconditionally. The SAVE Act, as you well know, Mr. President, is really pretty simple. It's about our sanctity of voting in America. It says if you want to register to vote in America, you have to prove that you're a citizen of America. And once you're registered, it says when you're voting in a federal election, in all instances, you have to prove you are who you say you are in order to vote. Very simple. Now, there are other provisions that may or may not be added by amendment, but those are the guts of the SAVE Act. Many, I hope not all, but many of my Democratic friends in the Senate are opposed to the SAVE Act. They say that we're setting our time on fire here in the Senate. We're just wasting the Senate's time. We're wasting precious floor time. Many of my Democratic friends say that we should read the law, that the law provides very clearly that, and has since God was a baby, that in order to vote in America, you have to be a citizen of America. My friends on the other side of the aisle have come up with this deeply weird theory that somehow this legislation punishes women in America. Because some women, not all, but some women take their spouse's name when they get married, and that somehow will, as if the women of America are not smart enough to figure it out, that somehow will impede their ability to register to vote and to vote. I don't get that part, but I hear my colleagues. My Democratic friends say that this bill is unnecessary, but it's also going to cost money, and that what we're doing in proposing it is we're wasting taxpayer money. We're taking a Great Dane-sized whiz down the leg of every taxpayer in America. And I could go on. I hear them. My Democratic friends have no claim to a high horse. Let me just say that. We wouldn't be here today passing this legislation if some of my Democratic friends had stood up to the Biden administration. But I want to make it clear, I hear my colleagues, I think they're wrong, but they're entitled to their opinion. Now let me explain what this bill is really all about. I'm not going to talk about the details of the bill. I think enough people have done that much more eloquently than I probably could. I want to tell you what this bill is about. It's about people trusting elections in America. And it's about immigration. Now, I happen to believe, and I think most Americans agree with me, that the United States of America is star-spangled awesome. I think this country is the greatest country in all of human history. I think the whole world knows it. When, Mr. President, did you last hear of somebody trying to sneak into China? The whole world wants to come to America. I consider that to be a compliment. And we have a way of welcoming them to America. It's called legal immigration. Is our legal immigration system a modicum, rather a model of efficiency? No. We need to make some changes. And maybe, hopefully, someday we will. But it works, and I'll tell you why it works. Over 1 million of our world's neighbors every year become American citizens. Nigerian doctors, Romanian plumbers, over 1 million Americans, more than any other country, we welcome to become American citizens. Now, the opposite of legal immigration is illegal immigration. Illegal immigration is illegal. Duh. We have laws against it. If you don't like them, you should change them. Our immigration statutes are not some second-tier laws that you can violate without consequence. They're the law. And I support their enforcement. And so do the vast majority of Americans. Now, how you enforce them matters. Our immigration laws should be enforced respecting human dignity. Our immigration laws should be enforced in accordance with due process. Our immigration laws should be enforced in accordance with equal protection and with the standards of reasonable suspicion clearly set forth in, I think it was 1969, a Supreme Court case called Terry v. Ohio. We should follow the law in enforcing our immigration laws. You have the right to protest. You don't have the right to protest violently. In fact, as I've said before, violence undermines the morality that the protesters say their movement is based upon. That's not an original idea. Dr. King knew that. Gandhi knew that. Mandela knew that. Violence is also dangerous. You can get hurt. And it's been my experience that most cops, and members of ICE are cops, most cops will leave you alone unless you do illegal stuff. Their job is to enforce the law. So protest all you want to, but don't do it violently. It is not going to end well. Now some have suggested that the American people are xenophobic and that they're racist when it comes to immigration. These people suggest that vetting people at the border is racist. I think it's prudent, and I think most Americans think it's prudent. Let me see if I can explain why. If I could ask these folks to keep this door shut for 10 seconds, please. Thank you. Most Americans, I read this somewhere once, most Americans look at the southern border like they look at the front door of their home. Most Americans lock their front door at night. Why do they do that? They don't lock their front door at night because they hate everybody on the outside. They lock their front door at night because they love the people on the inside. And they lock their front door because they want to know who's coming into and out of their home. And that's the way people look at the southern border. They don't hate everybody that wants to come into America. In fact, we welcome 1 million of them, but they want to know who they are. They want folks properly vetted. That's why we have immigration laws. Now, remember a few minutes ago, I said my Democratic colleagues had no claim to a high horse. Let me explain why. When President Biden was president, and by the way, I wish him well in retirement. I hope he's doing well. He's had some illnesses, cancer. I wish him well in his retirement and in his health. But when President Biden was president, either he or some of his advisors who had authority on his behalf admitted into our country millions of folks illegally from all over the world. We don't know how many, 8 million, 12 million. Some people say 30 million. I don't know how many. But President Biden, it was like the price is right. Come on down. You don't have to follow our immigration laws. Just come on in. Now, I don't really know who was running President Biden's immigration program. I really don't. But I know this. They were one or two things. They were either so incompetent you wouldn't put them in charge of a ham sandwich, or they believed in open borders. I think they believed in open borders. And many of my Democratic colleagues who knew better, they did not say a word. And as a result, we have millions of people in our country. We don't know who they are, but we know they're in our country illegally. And a lot of Americans are opposed to that. It's one of the reasons, I think, that Vice President Harris lost the election. Why do most Americans oppose that? Well, first, as I told you, most Americans believe in the rule of law. They understand that illegal immigration is illegal. Most Americans think it's prudent, not racist, it's prudent to vet people at the border. Most Americans understand that if you want to come to our country legally, we have a process, and that it's unfair to people who have been waiting patiently in line to be properly vetted to allow anybody who can get across the border to jump the line. Most people understand that in America, understand that viscerally. And many Americans, let's just put it on the table, Mr. President. Let's just put it down there where the goats can get it. Most Americans, nope, strike that. Many Americans believe that this was a plot, it was intentional by President Biden and some of my Democratic friends to admit people illegally into America so that perhaps at some point these folks would be indebted to the Democrats and would vote for them. I'm not saying that's true, but you've been smoking a doobie if you don't think that a lot of Americans don't believe that. They believe this was intentional. Again, I'm not saying it's true. And when we point it out, many members of the press go catatonic and foam at the mouth and say you can't say that. But they're living in la-la land. A lot of Americans believe that. And a lot of Americans believe, whether it's accurate or not, that these folks vote today. and that they undermine the sanctity of our elections. So that's what the SAVE Act is about. It's about trying to get the American people to trust our elections every year in light of the fact that President Biden and his team, with the concurrence of many of my colleagues in this chamber, admitted millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people into our country illegally. I'm not saying they were all bad people. I think many of the folks who came into our country were economic migrants. They just wanted a better life. That's why we have illegal immigration. Not all of them were Cinderella. There were a lot of criminals. There were a lot of murderers. There were a lot of sex traffickers. There were a lot of drug dealers. There were. We're trying to catch them now. But I guess the larger point is we don't know who the hell they were. Because once again, Price is right. Come on down. And so that's what this bill is meant to do. It's meant to say to the American people, look, we in Congress hear you. We want you to trust our elections. My personal feeling about getting people to trust our elections, I think if we did two things, I'm supporting this bill, but I think we ought to do two things. Number one, have a rule that says you have to prove you are who you say you are in order to vote, and I guess I would add to that in order to register to vote. And number two, we need to go back to having an election day, not election month. Because when it takes longer than just an election day, people think the worst. But the SAVE Act will help as well to restoring trust in the American system. Because you know what? Our democracy can't stand if people don't believe in the sanctity of folks that we put in charge to administer that democracy. Now, let me say one last thing, Mr. President. You know, I'm in the minority on this. The majority of my colleagues on the Republican side, and I feel very confident on my Democratic side, the majority of my colleagues don't agree with me on this. But sometimes, not always, but sometimes the majority just means all the fools are on the same side. Sometimes someone in the minority can be right. That's why we have the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights is not for the high school quarterback or the prom queen. The Bill of Rights is for people who see the world a different way, and they have the right to do that. So I'm in the minority on this. I don't know how this bill is going to turn out. I can't predict the future. I have to wait for it like everybody else. But if the SAVE bill doesn't pass, SAVE Act doesn't pass, and we're serious about passing it, and I think we are, Mr. President, I know you are, we need to try to pass this legislation through reconciliation. Now, you know how reconciliation works, Mr. President. It means we can pass this bill with 50 Republican votes and the vice president to break the tie. That's how we pass the one big, beautiful bill. I would hope to get some of my Democratic friends to support us, but we don't have to have them. That's harder than I described because, as you know, Mr. President, there are parameters on reconciliation. Anything you propose through reconciliation has to be paid for. We can find the money to pay for it. And anything you pass through reconciliation has to conform with the contours of the Budget Control Act. We call that giving a provision a bird bath. And our parliamentarian decides what passes muster under the Budget Control Act and what doesn't. Now, we've got a lot of smart lawyers in the United States Senate. Every single one of them thinks they're Oliver Wendell Scalia. But we got a lot of other smart lawyers in America. Here's what I'm getting at. We have yet to try going to these smart lawyers, some in the Senate and some, believe it or not in the Senate, and saying, craft us a SAVE Act that will pass muster under the Budget Control Act and can be blessed by the parliamentarian. And some of my colleagues, those Oliver Wendell Scalia types, they say, Kennedy, you know, that you'll never be able to do that. They don't know. I've been here 10 years. I've seen things pass muster, survive a bird bath that I didn't think had a hope in hell. And I've seen provisions pass the parliamentarians' judgment under a bird bath that I thought, I mean, I've seen them not pass that I thought were slam dunks. You don't know till you try. And we haven't tried. And if this bill is as important as everybody says it is, and I think it is, because we're not just talking about voting, we're talking about the confidence, the trust of the American people in our elections. If this bill is as important as we say it is, we should try it through reconciliation. I haven't convinced Senator Thune of that. I haven't convinced all my colleagues on either side of the aisle. But I plan on continuing to chase them like they stole Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate you listening to my explanation of what the SAVE Act. Did I mention I support the SAVE Act? Did I mention I'm a co-sponsor of the SAVE Act? I just wanted to clear that up, Mr. President. And the real reason that we're here today. So I'm done, Mr. President. What would you like me to do? Put us into a quorum call? Yeah, it's okay with you, Max? Oh, you're not Max, you're Brian. Okay. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
I recognize the senator from New Hampshire.
Your accent's not bad, Mr. President. I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
All right, thank you. I came to the floor this afternoon in opposition to the SAVE Act. And I must admit, listening to some of the proponents of the act talk, it doesn't sound to me like they're talking about the same piece of legislation that I understand we're going to be voting But I'll get to that in a minute. The fact is that I don't understand the timing on voting on this bill, because right now, what the families in New Hampshire are worried about is paying their grocery bills, being able to afford their rent or their mortgage, being able to heat their homes, being able to pay for child care. They're worried about the rising costs of health care premiums. And we're here debating a bill that is going to have the federal government intervening in how states operate elections in ways that make it harder for people to vote. I don't have any objection to my colleagues here who were talking about they support the SAVE Act because they believe only American citizens should vote. That's the law. Only American citizens can vote in American elections. Nobody's trying to change that. What this law is trying to do is make it harder for American citizens to vote. And I know from personal experience, because New Hampshire passed a similar law, House Bill 1569, in 2024. And then Governor Sununu signed that law, making some of the most sweeping changes in generations in how people in the Granite State vote. And we've seen the results now. We've had 2 municipal elections. We've had the elections in 2025 where our cities voted, and we've seen the town meeting elections in 2026. That law was in effect, and what we saw is that voters showed up with driver's licenses as an ID, and they were told that wasn't enough. That didn't match the requirements of the law, just like the SAVE Act says it's not enough. Women showed up with birth certificates, and they were told it didn't match their legal names, so that wasn't enough. They couldn't vote. First-time voters showed up expecting to register, and they were told they needed a passport. Each of these voters came prepared with an ID. In New Hampshire, we require photo IDs. Each of them had photo IDs, and each of them was told they didn't have what they needed. That's what this debate is about. It's about whether people who have photo IDs, who are registered to vote, can actually vote. And in our polling places in New Hampshire, in town halls and high school cafeterias and public libraries and churches and fire stations, when an eligible voter is told they don't have what they need, in many cases they're not told anything more, not what documents are missing, not how to fix it, not whether they can still vote that day. They're just told no, they can't vote. And if they can't come back because they have work or child care or transportation, then they don't get to vote, even though they're eligible. And that's what should concern all of us, Democrats and Republicans, unaffiliated voters. As I said, only American citizens should vote in American elections. Nobody's trying to change that. That's the law. It should be enforced. The question before us is straightforward. Does this SAVE Act make it easier for eligible Americans to vote or harder? Does it disenfranchise voters or ensure that people who are legitimate voters who want to vote are able to go to the polls and do that? So to answer that question, I think we need to look at the problem this bill is meant to solve. And when you look at the data, non-citizen voting is exceedingly rare. I mean, like so rare, it's less than 1/100th of 1%. Even organizations that have gone looking for non-citizen voters have found fewer than 100 cases over more than 2 decades, over more than 20 years. Now, what the SAVE Act says you have to do in order to register to vote is that you have to have proof of citizenship that is a passport or a birth certificate. And we know that 146 million Americans, almost half of all Americans, lack a valid passport. And some of my colleagues said this was not going to affect women. Well, I'm sorry, but it is going to affect women. Because if women are married, like me, and took their husband's name, like I did, my birth certificate doesn't have my married name on my birth certificate. And not only that, I didn't have easy access when I applied for a passport, and I was an adult by the time I got a passport. I had to send away to Missouri because that's where I was born. It took me weeks to get my birth certificate. We know that about 69 million married women have taken their husband's name and they don't have birth certificates that match their current legal name. So in New Hampshire, our Secretary of State, who has refused to comply when this administration, this Justice Department said, send us your voter rolls, he said, and the state of New Hampshire said, we're not going to do that because the state conducts our elections, we're doing this appropriately, and you don't need the voter rolls. But he said that instances of voter fraud are minuscule, and he's a Republican. I think if this were a widespread problem, we would expect a bipartisan effort to address it. But what we're considering is a very partisan bill that blocks eligible voters. More than 21 million Americans don't have easy access to documents that prove citizenship. Many don't have documents that reflect their current legal name. As I said, my birth certificate doesn't have my current legal name on it. In some cases, that means that voters have to leave and return multiple times because their documents don't match. After we passed this voter ID law in New Hampshire, I went to vote in Madbury, where I've been registered since I moved to Madbury in 1979, when we built our home there. I've run for office about 10 times. My name has been on the ballot. Everybody in the town of Madbury who's part of the voting process knows exactly who I am. I got into the polling place and they said, nope, you can't vote. We know who you are, but you got to go get your voter ID. Well, fortunately, I'd left it in the car, so I went out and got it and brought it back. But for a lot of people, if they have to go home and get the documents that they need, often they're not able to get back because the polling hours in some polling places like Madbury don't go all day long. They start at 11 in the morning and they're over at 7 at night in Madbury. Now, as I said, in the municipal elections, what nonpartisan observers found was that at least 244 voters were turned away. In some communities, it was as many as 1 in 10 same-day registrants who couldn't complete the process. Women were turned away because their documents didn't match their current legal name. In March of 2025, New Hampshire Public Radio reported that Brooke Young of Derry had to make multiple trips to the polls because her documents didn't match her married name. This wasn't limited just to new voters or to people unfamiliar with the system. It included people who had participated in our elections for years, people like me. This bill prevents Americans from voting, and that's not acceptable. I think we can enforce the law. We can ensure that eligible Americans are able to vote. Today, voters already confirm they're eligible under penalty of perjury
Election officials already have tools to verify that information. And in states like New Hampshire, before House Bill 1569, we had a system that allowed voters to register and yet still required documentation to be provided. For years, voters who didn't have documentation could sign a sworn affidavit and provide it after the fact. That gives local officials clear, workable standards. Right now, under the Save America Act, the affidavit that's required doesn't provide guidelines for voter registration officials to understand what's required for proof of citizenship. It creates this new bureaucratic process, but then it doesn't give state officials the details on what they need to do. This bill moves us in the direction of replacing a system that has worked in practice with one that risks turning eligible Americans away. One of my favorite examples, because it's so outrageous, of what happened in the municipal elections in New Hampshire is that we had a former Republican executive counselor. In New Hampshire, we have this position called executive council that's a carryover from colonial days. It's a 5-member elective body that approves all state contracts and all of the governor's nominees. And we had a very prominent former executive counselor, Republican, who was turned away at the polls because he didn't have the required documentation. Not because he was ineligible. He had changed wards from one ward to another, and because he had changed wards, he had been purged from the voter rolls. So he went back and got the proof of where he was living, and they said, oh no, because you've been purged, we need proof of citizenship. Again, this is somebody who had run for elective office multiple times in New Hampshire, who was well known to election officials in the Republican Party, was well known. He had to go back. He was asked to go back and get proof of his citizenship. Unfortunately, he couldn't produce that proof of citizenship in the time required before the polls closed, and so because he didn't have it, he wasn't allowed to vote. That's what happens under this law. That's the consequence of this approach. And it doesn't just affect new voters, voters unfamiliar with the process. It affects people who know the process well. It doesn't strengthen our election system, it weakens it. And at a time when my constituents in New Hampshire are paying more to heat their homes, when fuel prices are spiking, when gasoline prices are spiking, the fact that we're here debating this instead of debating how to help people address the rising cost of living, how to make their lives more affordable, instead we're debating how to make it harder for them to vote. That makes no sense. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and let's get on to addressing what our constituents are really concerned about, which is how to make their lives better, how to ensure that they can afford to feed their families, to make sure that they can afford to pay their rent, buy their gasoline, pay their bills.
President.
Recognize the senator from New Jersey.
I'm grateful for the recognition. I think we should set the scene very clearly that during the last 2 weeks since we voted on the War Powers Resolution led in a bipartisan manner by Senators Kaine and Paul, the Trump administration's unconstitutional war with Iran has evolved tremendously. In the span of just 2 weeks, 13 U.S. service members have been killed, and at least 200 of our American men and women have been injured. U.S. diplomatic posts and military facilities in the Middle East are under constant attack. The war has expanded, now impacting at least 15 different countries, from the basis of our European allies to our allies in the region. American citizens are still 2 weeks in, stranded in the region, trying to get home. Civilian casualties are increasing. And here at home, we are seeing the skyrocketing costs of basic goods, the skyrocketing costs of energy, and the skyrocketing costs we're seeing at the pumps at our gas stations. We now know the Trump administration is spending over $1 billion a day on this unauthorized war, while Americans are struggling to make ends meet here at home, and this president is throwing millions of people off of their health care. And this administration, amidst all of this, has failed to come before the United States Senate and the American people for public hearings to make its case on the biggest military war engagement since the war in Afghanistan. Now, all of us, all 100, swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States of America. Well, fealty to that oath is clear because the Constitution is clear. Congress has the authority to declare war and authorize the use of military force. But in this case, Congress and the United States Senate in particular has done nothing. The Senate has a solemn responsibility to assert itself along the constitutional mandate in matters of war and peace. This is why I urge my colleagues soon to support the motion to discharge Senate Joint Resolution 118. I ask for that because of what is at stake: billions of American taxpayer dollars, hundreds of American lives. What is at stake is the Constitution of the United States of America. We swore an oath. We have an obligation. This is the moment now. This is not left or right. This is a moral moment and a solemn, sacred, patriotic duty to uphold the Constitution, especially when the President of the United States of America is so willfully violating it. Mr. President, I yield.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from California.
I thank Senator Booker for his extraordinary leadership on this War Powers Resolution. Some of my colleagues may not know this, but I was raised in a divided household. My father was a lifelong Democrat, my mother a Republican. And there were any number of Republican elected officials who appealed to both of my parents to embody the spirit of America and the promise of this great republic. One of them was Dwight D. Eisenhower. Yes, some in my family liked him so much they helped campaign for him, like my grandfather, Harry Glovsky. I have a photograph in my office of my Pa Harry, who was a Republican county chair, walking side by side with Ike at a campaign rally. It makes me wonder what Eisenhower, the supreme Allied commander during World War II, and the man who brought peace to Europe, would have to say right now. To see our military might, our military personnel used in a war of choice against a country with a terrible regime, but which was not attacking us and posed no imminent threat to the American people. To see a president like we have today, unwilling even when asked to comment on those who made the ultimate sacrifice in the service of this country. a president who ignores or worse, belittles a reporter who asks about them or whether more troops are going to be deployed to the region. What would he think of a Congress empowered by our framers to have the sole power to make war or refuse to do so, relegated to an afterthought in conflict after conflict after conflict? Eisenhower was a singular voice in our nation. He was a military leader who advocated strongly against the use of military power when it was not needed, when there were alternatives, someone who acknowledged the enormous cost and the lost opportunity to the country that comes with excessive spending on armaments. He is famous in his farewell address for warning of the encroaching influence of the military-industrial complex. And we should turn to that speech now to remind ourselves of where we are in this moment as we find ourselves at war once again. Eisenhower said, "Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies, in the final sense, a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, those who are cold and are not clothed. This world in arms is not spending money alone. It is spending the sweat of its laborers, the genius of its scientists, the hopes of its children. The cost of one modern heavy bomber is this: a modern brick school in more than 30 cities. It is 2 electric power plants, each serving a town of 60,000 population. It is 2 fine, fully equipped hospitals. It is some 50 miles of concrete highway. We pay for a single fighter plane with 500,000 bushels of wheat. We pay for a single destroyer with new homes that could have housed more than 8,000 people. This, I repeat, is the best way of life to be found on the road the world has been taking. This is not a way of life at all in any true sense. Under the cloud of threatening war, it is humanity hanging from a cross of iron. A theft from those who hunger and are not fed. That is what he said. And I ask my colleagues, 70 years later, has anything changed? We have taken $170 billion in food aid away from people who hunger and are not fed. And we are feeding that money into a military operation that is costing the country billions every week. Are we not seeing the money for a hospital or 10 hospitals squandered halfway around the world rather than spent here at home? President Eisenhower understood the basic trade-offs that we face when we go to war. And here's the thing: the American people are not afraid of sacrifice. In a just cause, we can marshal the strength of our people to take on any challenge, overcome any threat, defend ourselves against any foe. In a just cause. But has the case been made that this is a just cause, a necessary cause? Have we even had a debate on the subject, or a public hearing, or, God forbid, a vote? Have we said on behalf of the school children who will go hungry that we are comfortable taking their meals and spending them instead on missiles? Have we agreed, as we send our sons and daughters on ships to the Strait of Hormuz, that we are willing to risk their lives, that we are ready to pay the costs at the pump and on the grocery shelf, that this is a sacrifice we are ready to make for the greater good? We have not. No, we have not agreed, because we have ducked and dodged and bobbed and weaved our way around this terrible decision, not wanting to debate the war, not wanting to even call it war. Because when we do, we acknowledge our own failure as an institution, as the Congress, to take up the matter, as if bombs falling day after day for weeks on end could be labeled as anything else but war. A war whose risks, like closing the Strait of Hormuz, or Iran's attacks on its neighbors, or the staying power of the clerical regime, were known and ignored by the president, a president whose hubris has now cost our nation dearly. What would Ike have thought? What would Ike have done? I suspect he would conclude this war was not worth its costs in casualties and lost opportunities. But if he concluded otherwise, I suspect he would have leveled with the American people about the purpose, the goals, the risks, and sought to rally us to the cause. He would have asked for the support of Congress even as he rallied the support of the nation. Had it been a just cause, had it been a necessary fight, had our nation been under attack or imminent threat of attack. Today we are in a war that the public has not backed, that the Congress has not approved, and for which the President has not made the case. A war of regime change in which the regime has not changed. A war to stop an imminent threat which did not exist. A war in which the President tells us we don't need allies, then pleads for the help of those allies to open the strait, and when they do not comply, tells us we don't need them after all. A war in which we mistakenly bombed a girls' school in Iran, in which our President told us Iran bombed its own school, and in which the administration was forced to acknowledge that simply wasn't true. A war in which the President calls for the people of Iran to rise up, that this is the best chance they will ever get, and then tells us they will be mowed down if they do. The Congress does not exist to merely implement the President's will in war or peace. It does not exist to serve as his echo chamber or dutifully stand and applaud when he addresses the joint session. The framers did not draft such an exquisite framework in which ambition was made to counter ambition, in which the power to declare war and fund war was held in one branch so as to resist the bellicose interests and instincts of the head of another branch. They did not draft such a perfect constitution with the idea that it would all be a nullity, that Congress should simply abdicate, surrender its constitutional responsibility. The founders had higher hopes for us. They had dreams for us to realize. They wagered their lives in sacred honor that we would rise to the occasion, that we possessed sufficient virtue to be self-governing, that we as a people did not need to be ruled by a despot. Were they wrong? Were they wrong? At long last, were our founders wrong? After weeks of war and billions spent and 13 service members killed and 200 injured, is it still not too late to discharge our responsibility as our founders intended, as the American people have every right to expect? This resolution gives us a chance to do that. Let us take it. I urge an aye vote on the War Powers Resolution, and I yield back.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. President. It wasn't too long ago that Donald Trump won the 2024 election in large part due to his promise to get our nation out of foreign wars and bring prices down for Americans across this great nation. Well, 18 days into his war of choice in Iran, that's costing taxpayers over $1 billion each day, the American people can see with their own eyes that he has broken and continues to break those promises. Gas, food, housing, basic everyday necessities, costs are skyrocketing, not falling. Wars, 13 service members are dead. Over 200 have been wounded and thousands more Americans located in the Middle East with a target on their backs because of his choice to start a war with Iran. A choice he simply had no right to make unilaterally, but that did not stop him. 13 American lives and at least $1 billion taxpayer dollars a day are far too high a price to pay for an unauthorized and needless war that Trump himself cannot even articulate a coherent or consistent justification for. So I'm here today to support the senator from New Jersey's War Powers Resolution that would reassert the American people's constitutional say over decisions of war and peace through their elected representatives and put an end to this unjustified, illegal war. And I join Senator Booker in demanding that the majority leader immediately hold public hearings that bring members of the Trump administration under oath and force them to justify why they are sending our sons and daughters into harm's way halfway around the world and tell us their plan for keeping Americans safe. The truth is, I wish I didn't have to be here doing this. And I'm angry that it's not even the first time this month that I've had to come and here to beg my Republican colleagues to do their jobs and stop shirking their constitutional duty to the American people and our troops, and hold a public hearing on the immediate risk, ongoing objectives, and plan to end Trump's illegal war of choice. Look, our troops will always do their jobs to the best of their abilities, just as they have since Operation Epic Fury began. We all agree that they are doing an incredible job in very dangerous circumstances. But they deserve leaders in Washington who will do our jobs and actually ensure that their mission is justified, actually feasible and worthy of the sacrifices we are asking them and their families to make. They don't deserve a commander-in-chief who hides his draft-dodging incompetence behind their valor by acting as if criticizing his bad and even illegal decision is the same thing as criticizing our troops, because it is not. My Republican colleagues know as well as I do that the Constitution gave the American people the authority to send our troops to war through their elected representatives in Congress. We in these chambers are the ones tasked with deciding when and how Americans are sent into combat. We are the ones charged with that most solemn duty. Yet Trump is acting as if Article 1 simply doesn't exist, as if obeying the Constitution is optional, as if our founding document is just a yellowing, crumbling piece of paper he can crumple up at will. Refusing to allow him to get away with this should not, must not be a partisan issue. I ran for Congress so that when the drums of war started beating beneath this Capitol dome, I'd be in a position to make sure that our elected officials fully considered the true cost of war, not just in dollars and cents, but in human lives as well. Look, I am no dove. I know there are certain solemn, urgent times when our military must be called upon to defend our nation. There are certain moments when the threat in question is significant and imminent, when military force is the most effective tool at hand, when using it is necessary to protect America and her interests, and when using military force will not backfire and create more threats than it eliminates. Trump has shown no evidence that this is one of those times. He's had weeks, and while his administration avoids accountability to the public, American heroes keep dying. American diplomats have been targeted and displaced, and American families stranded in the region are fearful of their safety. And here at home, American farmers heading into planting season are facing skyrocketing costs of fertilizer and diesel fuel trapped in the Hormuz Straits, a challenge that will result in many of them losing their family farm. If they actually believe that this war is justified, then the administration needs to come to Congress and do their jobs, explain their case, and give the American people a say through their elected representatives. They need to respect the American people enough to actually tell them why they're being forced to bear the cost of this conflict. They need to prove that they've thought this through enough, that they can tell us what their plan is to stop the war and get to an end state in Iran that would make us safer, not more threatened. Then, when the case has been made, when Congress's debate is done, we must vote. It's our burden. It's our responsibility. It's the least we can do for those willing to sacrifice everything to safeguard our democracy. But until and unless they do that, we here need to do everything we can to force the administration to do their part. And we can start by passing this war powers resolution offered by Senator Booker. So to my Republican colleagues, please, join us in finally reining in unjustified war and demanding that the administration come before the American people and publicly attempt to convince us the mission is worthy of the sacrifices it requires. Then, after we've had that debate, we can show a fraction of the courage of our warriors and cast the tough vote. I yield back.
Recognize the senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm humbled to follow my colleague from Illinois. No one is more articulate on the question of the costs of war than Senator Duckworth, and I agree with everything that she said about the importance of this moment. Listen, maybe the most sacred clause in the Constitution is the war-making clause. Our founding fathers gave a lot of thought about the danger of allowing one individual to send this country into foreign conflict, to send our young men and women overseas to face harm and potential death. No, our founding fathers decided that that had to be a question answered by the American public, and that's why the decision to go to war was vested not in an executive or a monarch or a king, but in the Congress, in the People's House, and in the Senate. I think this is probably the most significant military engagement of many of our lifetimes that has gone without a debate and a vote on the Senate floor. It is extraordinary, not just that we have not had a vote as is required by the Constitution, not just that the president persists in this action without an authorization by Congress, but that there hasn't even been a single public hearing in the Foreign Relations Committee or the Armed Services Committee to require the administration to explain to the American people and to the United States Senate why we're in this war, what the goals are, and what the end game will be. Now, I think it's extraordinary and heartbreaking and outrageous that the Senate is not doing its duty under the Constitution to require the administration to ask permission to go to war and to explain itself before Congress, but I guess I understand why. This is an attempt to hide the incompetence, the growing incompetence of this war. The president said the other day he was really surprised when Iran started bombing its neighbors. Like the first page of the briefing book that a president would get on the consequences of a major military strike on Iran would be that missiles and drones would start to be sent to American bases, American forces, and our partner forces in the region. Reports are that the president just kind of guessed that they wouldn't gum up the Strait of Hormuz, even though the second page of that briefing book would have told you, you know what the first thing Iran will do if you assassinate the Shia religious leader in the middle of the holy month and bomb them relentlessly day after day, hour after hour? They will close the Strait of Hormuz. No plan to protect our partners in the region. Our partners are running out of interceptors as we speak. The region is on fire. No plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. It's closed today. It'll be closed tomorrow. It'll be closed the day after. Prices are going to go up for everybody in this country. The billionaires, the people who show up to have dinner with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago in the middle of the war, they'll be able to afford it. But regular people who live in Ohio and Connecticut and Illinois, they won't be able to afford these high gas prices. Every day there's a new revelation of the incompetence. Here's one from the last 24 hours. Apparently, President Trump decommissioned a bunch of our minesweepers. There was a really competent British minesweeper in the region that left days before the invasion began. We literally gave away our capability to clear the strait of mines right before we took military action that would knowingly cause the strait to be closed and mined. You can't make this up. The reason we are bringing this vote tonight, the reason that Senator Kaine did the same thing earlier, the reason that we will continue to bring these votes is because we have an obligation to have a debate, to have votes on the question of war, especially on the question of this incompetent war. I've sat in classified briefing after classified briefing, and I still have gotten no answer on how this war ends. I actually don't think any of my Republican colleagues could explain how this war ends. Apparently, a worse regime, more provocative to the region, more adversarial to U.S. interests, will remain in charge of Iran when we decide to stop bombing. Estimates are that they will be able to rebuild their missile and drone capability in months after we declare an end to the hostilities. The nuclear program will still be there. because you can't bomb out of existence either knowledge or the fissile material that is buried deep under the earth. So at the end of this, we're going to have raised prices for everybody here. We're going to have cost a lot of American lives. We're going to have set on fire the region. By the way, a new war, already having killed 1,000 people, is breaking out between Israel and Lebanon. And Iran is going to be more dangerous, not less dangerous at the end. We need to debate this in our committees, on the Senate floor. And so I'm glad to stand here with Senator Booker. I don't think this will be the last time that we will have this debate. What are we doing this week? We're talking about voter fraud that doesn't exist when there's a war happening that is illegal, when prices are going through the roof. This is what we should be debating right now. This is why the Senate exists, to stand here and debate the most important questions. And what's more important than war and peace, than 13 Americans dead overseas, than the cost of war being borne by poor families here at home? This is what we should be debating this week. And so we will use our opportunity under the statute and under the rules to make sure that we have the opportunity, at least for an hour each day, to be able to talk about this incompetent, illegal, unconstitutional war with no planned end. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I'm glad to join my colleagues on the floor in support of Senator Booker's War Powers Resolution. For those who wonder what a War Powers Resolution is, it's pretty simple. It's a very short resolution just saying no war without a vote of Congress. We should not be at war with Iran without a vote of Congress. Traditionally, when a president wants to go to war, the president will give an authorization to Congress, and there will be a debate and vote in this body on that authorization. President Trump has decided to end-run the Constitution and end-run Congress by starting this war on his own, without consulting with Congress, without consulting with allies, without consulting with virtually anyone, and ignoring a lot of advice he got about why he shouldn't get us into this war. Now, many of you here know that we had a vote on a War Powers Resolution that I introduced a few days after the war began, and we fell short of the number of votes that were needed. At the time, Congress voted, don't bother us. We may be at war, and yes, the president is end-running Congress, but please don't bother us. Don't make us have a debate about whether this war should be authorized or not. So what is different today than when we voted on my War Powers Resolution 10 days to 2 weeks ago? I'll tell you what's different. 13 American troops have died. Futures cut off, families bereft and grieving. We learned yesterday that the number of Americans injured in this war, seriously injured in this war, now tops 200. Their lives potentially forever altered by this illegal and unnecessary war. We learned that a missile strike on an elementary school in Iran that killed 175 little kids was actually a strike by an American missile. President Trump said it was an Iranian missile, but we now know from the Pentagon's own evidence that the strike on this school that killed these innocent school children was an American missile. Since we had the vote on the floor on my resolution, we've seen gas prices in the United States go up by, on average, about 60 cents a gallon. Virginians, Mr. President, we buy 8 million gallons of gas a day. So the cost to Virginians daily, just in the gas increase, is nearly $5 million. The Virginians are paying every day $5 million more for gas because of this war. I talked to a prominent American airline. They're paying $25 million a day more in fuel cost than they were before the war because of the war, and they passed that on to passengers who were traveling. The economic dislocation is massive. We've seen deaths of innocent civilians, death of our own troops, injuries to our own troops, and the consequences are getting larger and larger and larger. And yet, as my colleague, Senator Murphy, says, we are still unable to get the Senate majority and the administration to agree to any public hearings where they have to answer questions that the American public has. My public in Virginia is chock full of parents of military members, chock full of spouses of military members. And they have questions about their loved ones currently deployed or who may be deployed, but the administration is afraid to have public hearings. I'm going to conclude, Mr. President, and say this. Today I learned the reason why we are not having public hearings in one of the key committees, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. We had a closed-door hearing, and Senator Murphy asked the chair, our colleague from Idaho, who is nothing if not a straight shooter. He will always give you a straight answer. Why are we not having public hearings about this war in the committees of jurisdiction, the Foreign Relations Committee and the Armed Services Committee? And the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee explained that he thought it would be counterproductive for the administration officials to be examined by senators in public about their decisions. It would be counterproductive to have to answer why you view this as worthy of sending our kids to their possible death or injury. It would be counterproductive to have to answer in public, why is this worth nearly $1 billion a day of American taxpayer money? It would be counterproductive to answer questions about, didn't you think this would cause massive economic problems for everyday American citizens? This war is being hidden in classified because the administration does not have the confidence in its own position sufficient to be willing to answer the basic questions that we all have. If our young people are being asked to risk their lives in this war, then we shouldn't be afraid to put the facts of the war before the American public where they can make a judgment about whether it's in the best interests of this nation. And that's why I'm so glad to both co-sponsor this resolution. I'll be voting for it, and we are not going to stop putting this issue before the body until the Senate does what the Senate is supposed to do, and only engage in war making when it has been determined by Congress that is in the best interests of the country. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The senator from Wisconsin.
I rise today on behalf of the majority of Americans who oppose President Trump's war in Iran. I also rise on behalf of the families who just want him to fulfill his promises, to lower costs and end foreign wars. Sadly, that is not what we are getting. So much of what we've seen over the last 3 weeks reminds me of our war in Iraq. We have the Trump administration claiming that Iran was weeks away from a nuclear weapon, even though last year he said we had obliterated their nuclear program. We have Donald Trump saying that he wants to liberate the Iranian people from a regime, all while Iran has installed an equally as extreme leader. We have civilians, including children, being killed by American bombs. And we have service members dying overseas for a cause that Americans do not understand. Americans are watching the start of another open-ended military conflict in the Middle East, just the kind President Trump said he would end, not start. There's one major difference, however, between this war and the Iraq war. This time around, the Trump administration hasn't even bothered to make their case to the American people. Back then, we had an open and public debate about the cost of war, the cost to the American taxpayer, the cost to our military and their families. We voted on it, and Congress held public hearings preceding that vote. Look, I voted against it, and my fears were sadly proven right. But at least the American people back then had a say in it. President Trump clearly has no interest in following the law or our Constitution or letting the American people have a say in this war. So far, my Republican colleagues have shown no interest in forcing him to do so. So we are using the tools at our disposal to try to bring some sunlight and force a debate on this illegal war of choice. Because the more people learn about this war, the less they like it, and the quicker we can end it. It is past time for this administration to come before Congress and the American people to explain why we are at war and how they plan to get us out of it. If my Republican colleagues refuse to join us, I'm prepared to keep forcing votes on this war. Congress, the people's branch, is a check and balance on any president. And right now, this president needs a serious check. Donald Trump is breaking laws, and he's breaking his promises to the American people. The president is showing us what his priorities are: starting wars and not focusing on the everyday needs of hardworking families. This war is not what the American people signed up for, and it's our job to stop it and get our country back on track. Today, we'll show our constituents who is and who isn't on the side of the American people, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this resolution, and I yield.
Mr. President.
The senator from Arkansas.
One of the most despicable pieces of legislation, an attack on our sacred right to vote. A voter suppression bill. These are just some of the hysterical things that Democrats have said lately about the Save America Act. I disagree, and so do most Americans. In fact, 64% of adults say that the Save America Act is a good idea and will help ensure that only eligible citizens can vote in our elections. After all, only Americans should have a say in who runs our country. Voting in our elections is a privilege and a right of American citizens, not of millions of illegal aliens who have flooded into our country under Joe Biden. Again, you don't have to take my word for it. 62% of Americans support requiring proof of citizenship to vote. The Save America Act will ensure that every voter in our elections is an American citizen. Because the bill allows numerous forms of documentation to serve as proof of citizenship, every American will be able to cast a ballot. Most Americans also agree that every voter should have a valid ID. Polls consistently show that more than 80% of voters support voter ID requirements. And I've got some bad news for my Democratic colleagues. These polls also show that 71% of Democrats support voter ID. But instead of listening to their own voters, Democrats in Washington claim that the Save America Act is, yes, Jim Crow 2.0. Apparently, asking voters to confirm that they are who they say they are is racist. That's laughable. Just think about all the different places you've been asked to show your ID lately. Last weekend, I took a flight. Had to show an ID. I rented a car. Had to show an ID. I checked into a hotel. Had to show an ID. I bought medicine, over-the-counter medicine, mind you, and yes, had to show an ID. I'm very confident that Delta, Enterprise, Marriott, and Walmart don't ask me for ID because they're racist. I know they need to confirm my identity for security purposes. Buy beer at a bar, you get asked for an ID. Buy a pack of smokes at the gas station, you get asked for an ID. Open a bank account, you get asked for an ID. Oh, but the Democrats say voting is different. Voting is a constitutional right. Fair enough. Guess what? Want to exercise your Second Amendment right to buy a gun? You get asked for an ID. Want to exercise your First Amendment right to petition the government for a redress of grievances in this very building? Sorry to report, you have to show an ID if you have an appointment in the Capitol. In fact, the only reason that I can imagine Democrats would oppose the Save America Act is to make it easier to cheat in our elections. As the polling data shows, Democrats are, yet again, on the wrong side of an 80-20 issue. It's no wonder they want to ignore Americans and tilt the odds in their favor. So to the excitable Democrats who claim the Save America Act will destroy our democracy, I say the opposite is true. No nation can have a healthy democracy without secure elections. For these reasons, I urge all senators to vote for the Save America Act. Now, Mr. President, I ask consent that my following remarks appear separately in the record.
Without objection.
I'd like to take a moment up front to recognize the American heroes who have lost their lives in the line of duty as part of Operation Epic Fury. I extend my deepest condolences and offer my prayers to their families and loved ones. I also say, with absolute confidence, these American heroes will not have given their lives in vain. For 47 years, Iran's outlaw regime has waged a war of death, destruction, and terror on the United States, our friends, our allies, and indeed the civilized world. And now, after 47 years of indecision and timidity, America has finally put our foot down. President Trump has sent a clear message that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, and they will never be able to threaten the rest of the world again. It's difficult, in fact impossible, to overstate just how imminent the threat from Iran was before we took action. But Democrats are now trying to twist this around by claiming the threat we faced wasn't actually imminent at all. However, our top intelligence officials disagree. Earlier today, I chaired the Intelligence Committee's annual Worldwide Threats Assessment hearing. Director of National Intelligence Gabbard testified that Iran was working to rebuild its nuclear program before Operation Epic Fury. According to her, Iran was trying to recover from the severe damage to its nuclear infrastructure sustained by the 12-day war and continued to refuse to comply with its nuclear obligations with the IAEA. But it wasn't the only threat of a nuclear program that hung over our heads. Less than 1 month ago, Iran had thousands of missiles armed and ready to hit our bases and kill Americans as far-flung as Western Europe and the Indian Ocean. Thanks to Communist China's help, Iran developed a vast missile arsenal that far exceeded the combined missile defenses of the United States, Israel, and our Arab friends. And it got much worse. every single month. According to CIA Director Ratcliffe's testimony during today's hearing, if left unchecked, they would have the ability to range missiles to the continental U.S. Given these facts on the ground, we were left with no choice. Iran had already loaded and cocked the gun. What were we supposed to do? Wait until they pulled the trigger? Of course not. Iran has been an imminent threat to Americans for 47 years. Let's take a look at the record. Was the threat imminent in 1979 and the days before Iran took over our embassy and held dozens of Americans hostage for more than a year? Did Iran pose an imminent threat to more than 200 Marines before they bombed our barracks in Beirut in 1983? And did thousands of our troops who were murdered and maimed by Iran's deadly roadside bombs in Iraq and Afghanistan face an imminent threat from the regime? I'd say so, as I think any reasonable American would. The threat to Americans was as imminent then as it was before we launched Operation Epic Fury. From a legal perspective, Operation Epic Fury was well within the President's constitutional authority and duty as the Commander-in-Chief to defend Americans. President Trump's objectives are clear. First, destroy Iran's vast missile arsenal and make sure Iran can't rebuild it. It's a lot easier to kill the archer on the ground than to shoot his arrows out of the sky. Second, strike at the pillars of the regime that have been propping up terrorist organizations like Hamas and Hezbollah and rebels in Yemen for decades. We're no longer chopping off the various heads of the snake so it can grow 7 more in its place. We're just going to kill the snake itself. And third, we're going to make sure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. We will not stop until Iran's hopes for that nuclear weapon are obliterated alongside its nuclear facilities. Now, some critics claim that the President has abandoned his principles and his promises to put America first. I disagree. President Trump has been consistent in his position that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. He said this publicly as early as 2014, years before he threw his hat in the ring for president, and years before the Ayatollahs tried to assassinate him. Naysayers allege that we're getting involved in another forever war. But let's get something straight. Iran is not Afghanistan, and Iran is not Iraq. Well, no one has a crystal ball to predict how long military operations might last. President Trump has an exceptional track record of using targeted and indiscriminate military force to achieve concrete and defined missions. Other critics have said that Israel forced the U.S. to take military action against Iran. This is a lie, and it is contemptible. First off, I'd say no one dragged Donald Trump anywhere. And second, Prime Minister Netanyahu himself knows this well and said as much in an interview with Sean Hannity, who's known the president for decades. In fact, the president himself said he may have forced Israel's hand. For argument's sake, let's set all this aside, though, and examine the War Powers Resolution before us today. Senator Booker's resolution calls for the president to remove the United States Armed Forces from hostilities within or against Iran. This resolution would require the president to end highly successful strikes against Iran before our military objectives are fully achieved. Moreover, it would abandon our Israeli friends and leave them in the skies above Iran alone. In short, this resolution does more than simply attempt to score political points by condemning President Trump's actions. Its passage would handcuff our military force, leaving our troops in a sitting duck defensive posture while Iran attempts to rain down terror across the region. At this very moment, Iranian military capabilities are being destroyed. I would suggest it's the height of folly to stop now and give our enemy time to regroup. For these reasons, I strongly urge my colleagues to reject the War Powers Resolution and instead support President Trump's resolute actions against the Ayatollah's regime. May God bless the President May He protect our troops, watch over their families, and may He continue to bless the United States of America. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Well, I'll go ahead and get started. You're entitled to your opinion. It's a free country. Whether you like President Trump or not is up to you. Your view of the war is up to you. But you're not entitled to your facts. You're entitled to the facts. And here are the facts. To my Democratic colleagues, I challenge you today to prove that I'm wrong. During the negotiations to find a peaceful solution to the Iranian nuclear problem, President Trump sent Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner to negotiate with the Iranians. They say, Mr. President, all they want is peaceful nuclear power, the Iranians. They've been saying that. And they should be entitled to enrich, like other countries like us, a bunch of nations, enrich uranium for peaceful purposes. And they claim, why not us? Because you're cheap. The IAEA, not me, not Lindsey Graham, you've had a history of not living up to what you say about your ambitions, that your enrichment facilities are not designed to produce peaceful power, but to produce a weapon. So during the negotiations, Witkoff and Kushner offered the Iranians, listen, if you'll give us your highly enriched uranium, we will guarantee you a lifetime fuel supply for free, that you can have all the spent fuel you need to operate a peaceful power program. You don't need to enrich. And if you want to enrich for medical purposes, very limited, fine. But you can't have an enrichment program that would lead to making bomb-grade material because you're not reliable. And I would go a step further. It'd be like letting Hitler have anything. See, the difference between me and I think a lot of people here, maybe most Democratic colleagues, I think these guys are religious Nazis. Hitler wanted a master race. He wrote a book. Nobody believed him. He literally wanted to kill all the Jews, and nobody believed him. The Ayatollah's the same. The regime is built around a cult of death. They want three things to purify Islam. They're Shiites. Their number one enemy is Sunni Arabs. They think they've got the faith wrong, that they're traitors to the faith. They hate Sunnis because they're not true to the faith. And Saudi Arabia believes it. So they want to purify Islam, bend it to their will, make every Sunni reject their view of Islam and accept the Ayatollah's view. That's what they say, not me. I believe it. Number two, they want to kill all the Jews. And they openly say it. They're not hiding their disdain for Israel. They actually talk about it. They put death to Israel on, like, milk cartons. These people are serious, and you should take them serious. Like in the 30s, people didn't want to believe that Hitler meant what he said because they were tired from World War I. And they said, oh, he's just all talk. He wants this, he wants that. He wants more German-speaking territory. He's not completely crazy. You know, he's sort of just doing the Hitler thing. Well, he was completely crazy. Now, I don't know why he wanted to kill all the Jews. I don't know why Hitler thought the Aryan race is the only pure race on the planet. But a lot of people are dead because we got that wrong. Let's don't do that again. We're playing like World War II never actually happened. And you're rewriting this regime's history. From 1979, what have they done until today? What have they done to make you think they don't believe what they say? What behavior have they exhibited that they really do want to be normal? So during those negotiations, when they said no to every offer under the sun, they said something that was a fatal mistake for them. Oh, by the way, we have 460 kilograms of uranium at 60%. Now, why did they tell us that? They were trying to intimidate us and letting us know that if we don't bend to their will, we'll have a problem. Now, what's the problem? The difference between 60 and 90% enrichment is weeks, Mr. President, not months or years. And when you get to 90, that's weapons grade enrichment. That material can be turned into a nuclear weapon. 460 kilograms at 90% is enough to build 10 nuclear bombs. And I'm talking weeks, not months, to go from 60 to 90, and they were threatening to do it. So what did President Trump do? Instead of begging them not to, instead of giving them a bunch of money, bribing them not to, he blew up their enrichment facilities so they couldn't get to 90%. It's called Midnight Hammer. Mr. President, I'm glad you did, and it's clear to me nobody in the Democratic Party would have done that. The question for my friends on the other side and critics within my own party, how could they have 60% enriched uranium at 460 kilograms without cheating? Everything you wanted to do to contain these people failed. The JCPO, every agreement that's been offered to restrict Iran's nuclear program failed if, in fact, they do have 460 kilograms of uranium at 60%. So here's my challenge. If you don't believe that's true, come to the floor and tell me why I'm wrong. We know that the material at 60% is under all the rubble of the enrichment facilities. And we're worried that somehow somebody's going to get it before we do. So it is a fact that they had produced enough uranium at 60%. That means they were cheating, because there's no commercial purpose for uranium to be enriched at 60%. None, zero. You don't need that to run a nuclear power program. You need nothing beyond 20. To go to 60 means you're a threshold nuclear nation. Why 60? It's just a small jump to 90, and they want to intimidate and blackmail the world. So when they told us that, we got this much at 60, Trump said, well, that's all you're going to do because I'm going to take enrichment off the table. And thank God he did. Their enrichment program has been obliterated, and they couldn't go to 90. But I think they'll come back at it, Mr. President, one day if we don't deal with it now. So that's Midnight Hammer. Epic Fury. What happened after we blew up the enrichment facilities? Within weeks, they were actually, the Iranians, trying to start over again, going deeper. What was the lesson they learned from Midnight Hammer? We're not deep enough in the ground. And here's the most telling thing. They were trying to create a new enrichment capability that did not require an air shaft. Now, why is that important? The bombs that were used, that were dropped on the enrichment facilities, went through the air shaft, penetrated and blew up the facilities deep underground. That's a testament to our air power, that the air shaft opening was about the size of a refrigerator, and we dropped bombs through those air shafts to obliterate the enrichment facilities they had. Instead of learning their lesson and let's sit down and talk about peaceful nuclear power, they went the other way, and that's just, I think that's a fact. So Epic Fury. If you do not see this as an imminent threat, then you're blind for your hatred of Trump. There are people on the left and people in my own party that are more afraid of Trump being successful than the Ayatollah having a nuclear weapon. That's sick. That is sick. When Obama took out bin Laden, I clapped like a seal. Every time he wanted to go into Syria, I was there with him and John McCain. I've tried to be bipartisan on such things. I never have ever introduced a resolution against a Democratic president under the Congressional War Powers Act to limit their ability to protect the nation, ever, because I think it's unconstitutional. I've never done to a Democrat what you constantly are doing to this Republican president. And when a Republican tried to do that, I objected. If you don't like what President Trump or any other president's doing in military matters, cut off the funding. We have the power of the purse. We could stop funding for these operations, and that would be constitutional. What we can't do, in my view, is become the commander-in-chief. You can't have 535 people becoming the commander-in-chief, and that's what the War Powers Act does. After 60 days, if Congress doesn't approve, military action stops. Basically, under the Constitution, you can be commander-in-chief for only 60 days and Congress takes over. That's not what they had in mind. Let me tell you what the founders had in mind. A single person, the president, to be commander-in-chief, and Congress to have the power of the purse and regulate the land and naval forces. That's the balance we've had all these years, and the War Powers Act is unconstitutional because it destroys that balance. But it doesn't mean Congress is out of the game. Literally, if you had a resolution or an appropriation bill denying funding for Epic Fury, I wouldn't agree with you, but you would be on sound constitutional grounds. Now, why do I oppose this? Not just because I think it's an infringement on the power of the president and an overstep by the Congress. I think it'd be really, quite frankly, dangerous not to finish this thing out. In 18 or 19 days, we have done a number on the ability of Iran to build ballistic missiles to hit us and our allies. And if you don't think they would, put yourself in the same category that miscalculated Hitler. What is it about the Iranians you think they really don't mean what they say? So we've destroyed that ability to build those missiles to come after us. And they were building 100 a month before we did this. The second thing is they have been funding Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, proxies. Hezbollah has a lot of American blood on its hand, killed 220 Marines and sailors back in the 1980s when we were in Lebanon trying to help with that civil war. They attacked our barracks. There are a lot of American blood on the hands from Afghanistan, IEDs made in Iran. So these people have been at war with us since 1979. Finally, we're pushing back. Instead of doing deals that don't work, we're trying to eliminate the threat in a responsible way. What happens next in Iran? I think the people will have a chance down the road to decide that, not me, not you. We're not going to invade Iran. We're not going to do the Iraq-Afghanistan. There's no reason to. What we want to do militarily, Mr. President, is eliminate the threats. They can't fund proxies. They can't build nuclear weapons anymore. And they can't build missiles that would terrorize us in the region and Europe. When we accomplish those three things, here's what I think will happen. We will build on what President Biden started, which is normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel. Now, why is that big? Senator Booker's been great on this. He's gone with me when Biden was president. I was a Republican trying to build on the Abraham Accords, see if we could get Saudi and Israel to normalize, which would be the end of the Arab-Israeli conflict. It'd be the biggest change in thousands of years, and I'd be willing to help President Biden. I was. And, you know, we've had a bipartisan team. I was part of it. Well, October the 7th came along to stop that. Now, Mr. President, we were very close to having a breakthrough on normalization. Under President Biden, Tony Blinken, Jake Sullivan, Brett McGirt, I went over there 8 times, I think. We were close, but October 7th was designed to stop what we were trying to do. It was a nightmare for the Iranians, I think, for the Arabs and the Israelis to make peace because it changes the region forever, leaving them behind. So October the 7th was an attack by Hamas, but it couldn't happen without Iran stopping normalization, and it's worked to a great extent. The tolerance for a two-state solution in Israel is pretty low after October 7th, and the Arab world is pretty inflamed because of Gaza. But we can't let Iran win the day. So here's what I hope we can do. Keep this military campaign going, weeks, not months. Continue to degrade the ability of the IRGC to terrorize their own people, to wreak havoc in the region, and we're going to take some blows. They still have a lot of drones, they still have missiles, but less every day. Gas prices up, no small thing for somebody trying to raise a family on limited income. But I believe with all my heart, you pay now or you pay later with this regime. And we were a couple of weeks away from the Ayatollah and his crowd having weapons-grade material for 10 bombs. And you think things are bad now? I can only imagine what the world would look like if this madman and his regime actually had nuclear weapons. One, I think he would use it. If you don't believe he would kill all the Jews, that would be a mistake. Certainly the Jewish people believe that. And this idea that we were drugged into the war by Israel, that's the oldest game literally in the book. If it weren't for the Jews, we'd all be better off. It's the Jews that are always getting us in trouble. What an offensive thing to say. Israel consulted with us. We do have common values, and we have a common enemy. They don't just chant death to Israel, they chant death to America, the Iranian regime. They got our blood on their hands, just not Israeli blood. So the idea that somehow that President Trump got hoodwinked by the Jews is like, enough already. If you know anything about President Trump, nothing could be further from the truth, and you're just giving life to the idea that's been around for like 2,000 years with the Jewish people. Enough. So what I hope will happen, Mr. President, we'll be steady. American people, there's going to be some pain. The region, you're going to get hit again. We've lost soldiers. God bless them. God bless the wounded, a couple hundred, and casualties may increase. But the only thing I can tell you about the military, from my time being around it, which is most of my adult life, the worst thing you can do to a military unit is ask them to sacrifice and not finish the job. You want to help the military? Let them finish the job they believe in, that is necessary, and you get nothing for finishing second in a war with mad people, crazy people. And if you don't think the regime is built around a cult of death, then you missed a lot. They want a religious world that they run. They want a religious master race, not an Aryan ethnic master race. They want to dominate the world through their faith. And that too should scare you. I don't intend to bend to their will. I don't think Sunni Arabs are. And you know what? Most Iranians don't buy that. But they've been killed by the tens of thousands. They've had it too. So I think we're close, Mr. President, to weakening the regime to the point that we can start again with normalization talks between Saudi and Israel, which would be the end of the Arab-Israeli conflict, the biggest change in 2,000 years. And if they can't do another October 7th, then I think we may get there, building on what was done by the past administration. So just think about it. We're not going to get a normalization deal that doesn't have a Palestinian component, because MBS, the leader of Saudi Arabia, can't recognize Israel till he finds some dignified solution for the Palestinians that Israel can live with. And he wants a defense agreement with us because he wants to come our way, not Turkey, not Pakistan, a mutual defense agreement. Well, to my Democratic friends, entertain the idea of helping us get there, but you should insist that there's something there for the Palestinians, and we all have a chance here to make history. A few more weeks, not a few more months, we should be at the point, in my view, that we can start where we ended before. And Iran's efforts to deny real peace to the region will have failed. Karg Island. Seldom in the history of warfare has a country or a warring opponent had a single point of failure. All their money comes from oil and gas in Iran, the regime, and all the infrastructure virtually is on a single island. If you control that island, you control the destiny of the income to continue this war. And remember what I said. I don't know what President Trump's going to do. As to this resolution, I have a lot of admiration for Senator Booker. We're going to be friends and we'll work together where we can. I think this is the wrong signal at the wrong time. I never believed it was constitutional. I never did it as Democratic president. But we do not need to do this, because if we stop now, then we're going to pay a heavy price later. The worst possible outcome is for those 32,000 people to go to the streets and die for nothing. The worst possible outcome is to suffer and not get it right. They have a pair of twos and we have a full house. It's not a card game, but we're in a good spot. To those who have lost their lives and been injured, you died in the service of your country, making the world safer, and that's what military people sign up for. And to those who've been injured, you've been hurt, trying to stop something that matters. This is not a foolish endeavor. This is something that had to be done because they were going to break out if we didn't stop them. We were really a couple of weeks away from them having enough uranium at 90% to make 10 bombs, and the world would have changed in a blink of an eye. So I'm going to oppose this resolution. I'm going to support President Trump's plan to continue to defang the regime, and I join with my Democratic colleagues, if they would like, and if Saudi Arabia and Israel want to talk about changing the Mideast forever, I would encourage you to do what I did. Let's all work together to bring about the biggest change in 2,000 years. And the reason we didn't get there in the last administration is because October 7th. It wasn't any fault of anybody else. This attack was designed to stop everything we tried before. And it would be a shame and a tremendous missed opportunity in history to let the Iranians deny the region something I think they really want, to move forward, not backward. And I'll end with this. To the American people, I know it's tough. I know the economy on the gas front is hurting. But I do believe this with every ounce of my being. If we had not done this, they would be on the path, the Iranian regime, to a nuclear capability, and they would use it. Eventually, they would use it. Or give it to somebody who would. They're no different than Hitler except this. Hitler wanted a master race to run this world, and he was denied. Only after about 50 million people died. This regime wants a master religion to dominate this world. I don't know why, but I believe them. And we're so close to getting this right. And since 1979, this regime has been built around a cult of death. A 16-year-old girl was killed last year for not having the headscarf on right, drug off a bus and beat to death. The people have been in the streets, Mr. President, slaughtered by tens of thousands. Let's not let this moment pass. Let's, in a responsible way, keep weakening this regime, giving the people down the road a chance to have a new Iran, stand with our allies, finish the job, and if you do it right, a gateway to peace will open up. And the biggest thing you can say to those who sacrificed, were hurt, and died because of what you did, you created an avenue for peace that is going to change the world. So I will be voting no, but I'm going to do more than vote no. I'm going to support an outcome that will change the world. The day this regime no longer can wreak terror and havoc is a good day, and we're close to that. And the day we can get back to the peace table between Saudi Arabia and Israel will be a wonderful day. The center of Islam, Senator Booker, is Saudi Arabia. That's where the holy mosque of Mecca and Medina are. And this young man, MBS, has made a decision to go a different way, and I've had my problems with him, but I really do think he's made a decision to go a different way that will benefit the region and the world. And I hope the Israeli people understand, if you want true peace, lasting peace, you got to deal with your neighbors. Abraham Accords tells me they're willing to deal with their neighbors. Let's don't let October 7th be the final chapter. Let's make sure we punch through what happened on October 7th, and we punch through right now to get the conflict in a spot where we can truly have peace. Last thought, you'll never have peace in the Mideast. We'll never know peace here at home until this madman regime, the Ayatollah and his henchmen, organized around a cult of death, can no longer hurt us. Thank you very much. I yield.
Mr. President.
The senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, fellow senators, this is, I've lost count now, fourth or fifth time I've come to the floor to once again defend America against these dangerous obstructive resolutions that the Democrats have been putting out here. What they're asking us to do is to put our tail between our legs and leave the battlefield and surrender the battlefield to the Iranians. We're not going to do that. Democrats are attempting to stop the administration from keeping Americans safe through these defensive actions against Iran. Now, they say that Donald Trump started this war, or that America started this war. Neither of those are true or even close to it. This war started 47 years ago when this regime, the Iranian regime, broke into our embassy in Tehran and took as hostage a great number of American diplomats and held them for 444 days. That's how long this has been going on. Now, if that's all they did, and it was bad, one might say that it didn't deserve this action. The problem you have is, over these 47 years, the Iranians have again and again and again, and when I say Iranians, I'm talking about the administration that's there, the regimes that's there, not the Iranian people. They have again and again killed Americans. How many have they killed? They've killed in the thousands of Americans through IEDs and all kinds of other devices that they have used over these 47 years. This is not right. It needs to come to a stop. It needs to come to an end. And the president did what he did because they were very close to having a nuclear weapon. Can you imagine if we were having this debate out here and the Iranians actually had a nuclear weapon? It would be a very different place. The troops that we have in the Middle East are in danger as a result of this resolution. The resolution would put them further in danger if it passed. According to the Constitution, it's the president's duty to protect and defend the United States, which he is doing. And he did what he did because it was necessary to defend America. As I said, for 47 years, the Middle East has been progressing more and more towards peace and security. It is a very different Middle East than when I started this. All countries have moved toward the middle. All countries have moved to a much more peaceful existence in the Middle East, with one exception. And that exception, of course, is Iran. The Iranian terrorist regime aims to censor, threaten, murder anyone who questions its radical theology, but especially Americans. The Middle East has a bright future. I am more optimistic today than I have ever been about the Middle East because Iran now stands alone. There were days in the past when Iran did not stand alone, but they are standing alone now. I think people will look back at what's happened in the Middle East and see the Abraham Accords as a point in which there was considerable inflection and at a time when things changed. Our commander-in-chief is committed to see this through to the objectives that he has set out. To our brave men and women who are on the battlefield in and near Iran, we support you. You're supporting Operation Epic Fury. We support you. We have your back here. Your sacrifice does not go unnoticed, and we will continue to have your back. I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again to Iran. No one is coming to help you. There is no one on this planet, not the Chinese, not the Russians, not the North Koreans, not Venezuela, not Cuba. No one on this planet is coming to help you except the 47 people that sit over here. They're trying to help you tonight. They are not going to help you. We are not going to allow these people to help Iran. To our troops that are in the battlefield, I'd say to you, we have your back. We will see that these people do not do what they're trying to do. We're not going to turn tail. We're not going to leave. The President of the United States is going to continue this until the objectives are achieved. Mr. President, fellow senators, I urge you tonight to join me in defeating this resolution, as we have done over and over again, as we will do again tonight, to stand by our troops in the Middle East. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from New Jersey.
I'm grateful for the recognition of the president of the presiding over the Senate. I've listened carefully to my colleagues who've come down to oppose this war powers resolution that I am bringing up right now. I've listened with an open heart because many of them I've worked with on Middle East issues assiduously to bring about peace in that region. I share many of the beliefs that were expressed of the danger of Iran and their proxies, of the chaos and the harm and the lives they've taken, the instability in that region. We have worked side by side on bipartisan delegations, bipartisan work, as the Senate should function to deal with the challenges in the threat matrix that affect the United States as well as our allies. But here's the issue. We are bringing a war powers resolution to the floor to bring this to a vote and to a debate. My colleagues do not want a debate on this issue. Nothing has been scheduled. No floor debates, no hearings, no oversight, no checks and balances. This resolution seemed to almost offend my friend and chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, that how dare we bring this to the floor? Well, we have the power to bring such resolutions to the floor because of the incredible sensitivity to the idea of war powers. The idea that the power to go to war, unlike in times of despots and presidents in the United States of America, the power to go to war does not lie with one person, the President of the United States. Now, at first, there were some people trying to deny on the other side that this was a war, but tonight they showed it clear. Multiple people talked about us being at war. We, as a nation, are at war. The largest military engagement we have had since the war in Iraq. And in this war, in barely over 2 weeks, thousands of people have died. In this war, in barely 2 weeks, 200 Americans have been injured. In this war, 13 Americans have paid the ultimate price for a war that we have gone into on the decision made by one man. And the American people at large are paying costs in the billions of dollars a week. They're seeing prices at the pump, energy, consumer goods skyrocketing on top of already this president cutting their health care, cutting their food programs, cutting their veteran services. We are at war, and Americans are paying the price, and our servicemen, too many, have paid the ultimate price. And what is our constitutional obligation when the nation is making billions of dollars of expense? What is our constitutional obligation when lives are being lost every single day? What is our obligations when our brave military men and women carrying out their missions, some of them not coming home? Well, the Constitution is clear on this. There is no debate even possible. Constitution says that the war power belongs to Congress. And so I know the noble issues and ambitions of my colleagues that they mentioned, noble ideals like not letting Iran have a nuclear weapon, noble statements that they're making about trying to stop evil. Those are important. That is a debate we should be having, but we're not having it. It seems that my Republican colleagues, all they want to do is to try to pretend that this is business as usual, to try to ignore or even cover up all that's going on, because as my colleague who just spoke on the floor said to a bunch of us today, I do not want open hearings. I do not want executive people of the administration like the Secretary of State or the Secretary of Defense to have to answer questions in open hearings. They want to circumvent the Constitution. They want to go around public oversight. They want to avoid the glare, the questions of the American people. Woe to a nation, our founding fathers believed, woe to a nation that makes it so easy to go to war. They developed this government with a check and a balance. They developed this government with oversight. They developed this government with a dispersal of powers so that we could have an enduring democratic republic. But what the Republicans are saying is they want none of that. None of our constitutional obligations, no checks and balances, no oversight, no hearings, no accountability. We want to rush to war, spending billions of taxpayer dollars, costing American lives, and costing our constitutional fidelity. It's been 2 weeks since we had a war powers resolution brought up by my colleague Tim Kaine. 2 weeks, and this war has expanded. In 2 weeks, more Americans have died. In 2 weeks, more countries have been attacked. This is not just Iran being hit. It's now 11 countries have been attacked, and even some of our European allies have had their bases in the region attacked. It's been 2 weeks, and we've seen the mistakes of war. Like a school of girls being targeted and attacked, and the administration not feeling that they have to stand before Congress and be accountable for that. 2 weeks, and we've seen more soldiers perish. 2 weeks, and we now have a report that it's over 200 that have visible injuries and perhaps even more invisible injuries. Today in the Capitol, we had veterans come, veterans of foreign wars, veterans of Afghanistan and Iraq, veterans who came to this building today to remind people in the Capitol the true costs of war. We cannot question their bravery. We cannot question their sacrifice. And they stood with us today to make the simple point: when will Congress do its job? There is something inexcusable about people who will stand in this chamber and swear an oath, not to a president, swear an oath, not to an authoritarian leader, swear an oath, not to a political party. They swore their oath, all 100 of us, to the Constitution of the United States of America. And if there's anything that is plain in that Constitution, it is that a president does not have the power to unilaterally bring a nation and its treasure, to bring a nation and its men and women into conflict without a say of Congress. This is not a partisan issue. This is not a left or right issue. It is a right or wrong. Do you stand with the Constitution of the United States of America, or do you stand with what our founders rejected, that we should be a nation where all power, especially the power that sends our soldiers into making the ultimate sacrifice, do we stand with an ideal that lies with the president and not with this body? And so I am telling you right now, those who feel that this vote is an inconvenience to them, those that feel offended that we are having an hour debate of what we're entitled to when we bring up a real powers resolution. I say to those who feel angry, how dare we try to force the Senate to focus on this war? I say to you, I don't care about your objection. We have privileges as senators, and I refuse to let business as usual go on in this body. Me and my colleagues will bring up these resolutions again and again and again as more and more Americans on both sides of the aisle see this war for what it is. One president's decision costing all Americans, costing us at our homes, around our kitchen tables, costing our budgets, and then costing the greatest cost of all, the lives of our men and women in service. In a few moments, we'll take a vote. I know what the outcome of that vote will be. But my dear friend Tim Kaine, who has brought these war powers resolutions, not just about this war, not just about our war that we declared with Venezuela or bombing ships in the Atlantic, he has called this question before, and he quoted a great faith leader. The outcome of this vote, I know what it will be, but he quoted that faith leader in saying simply, I was not called to be successful. I was called to be faithful. That's the real issue before us right now. Are we faithful to the oath that we swore to uphold the Constitution? Are we faithful to the most sacrosanct ideals of this republic? Are we faithful to the servicemen and women who also swore an oath to this Constitution and make greater sacrifices than any of the 100 of us are making today? Are we faithful to the ideals that this is not a monarchy, we do not have a king, we are a democratic republic with a constitution, and no one is above the law? This president cannot take us to war without coming through this body. He is not able to do that unless this body supplicates itself before that man and surrenders its responsibilities. Today, I say no. Today, we will vote. And whatever the outcome of that vote, we will come back here again and again with a simple demand that the world's most deliberative body must deliberate, that the branch of government that was supposed to hold the executive to account demands some accountability, that the checks and balances designed by our founders should operate, and we should check and balance his power. That what the American people want and what the American people deserve is to have a Congress that functions, and that a president that seems so cocky and confident in his taking us to war should have to come before his body, that the members of his cabinet and sit here and justify both the provocation of why we went to war and what is the end game. Because it's clear to me now that we have seen this from Libya to Afghanistan. President after president taking us to war in the Middle East and leaving chaos, instability, and terrorism and subjugation behind. This is a moral test for this body. It's not just a vote. This is a moral moment. Where do you stand? It's not whether you stand left or stand right, stand Republican or stand Democrat. The question is, do you stand with the Constitution that you swore an oath to uphold? This vote may fail, but this failure is not final, because even after this vote, there are many of us in this body that will continue to fight to uphold the Constitution and make the United States Senate do its job. Business as usual is unacceptable. This fight will continue. I would like a quorum, Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer, I note the absence of the quorum. I'd like to have a quorum call.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
The Democratic leader.
Well, first I want to thank Senator Booker for leading this.
We're in a quorum call.
Ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I want to thank Senator Booker for leading this important measure. Mr. President, 13 U.S. service members have been killed since the start of the Iran war. Another 200 have been injured. Thousands more across the Middle East have been killed or injured. We pray for all those killed and hurt. We pray for their families. Meanwhile, the Strait of Hormuz traffic has crawled to a halt. The price of Brent crude has risen to $110 a barrel. Americans are now paying an average of $3.80 or more at the pump. And when Donald Trump was asked last week if we were towards the beginning of this war or towards the end, he said both. He said both. Enough is enough. Trump's war in Iran is turning into a disaster, and there's no end in sight. We do not know Trump's goals. We do not know Trump's timeline. We do not know what victory even looks like in his eyes. Enough is enough. A few weeks ago, Senator Kaine, Senator Schiff, Senator Paul, and I brought a simple resolution to the floor, affirming that Donald Trump cannot send our service members into war without coming to Congress first. Republicans voted no. Today, we're pushing another War Powers resolution led by Senator Booker, and I want to thank him for his leadership. To my Republican colleagues, the American people are watching. They oppose this war. They expect us to do our jobs. No more senseless wars in the Middle East. No more gas prices shooting through the roof. No more U.S. service members fighting and dying in endless wars. Enough is enough. The Senate must put a stop to it tonight. I yield the floor.
The senator from New Jersey.
Thank you very much. In an effort to uphold the Constitution and pursuant to Section 601B of the International Security Assistance and Arms Export Control Act, I move to discharge the Committee on Foreign Relations from further consideration of S.J. Res. 118 to direct the removal of United States armed forces from hostilities against the Islamic Republic of Iran that have not been authorized, as is by the Constitution necessary by Congress.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New Jersey, Mr. Booker, moves to discharge S.J. Res. 118, a joint resolution to direct the removal of the United States armed forces from hostilities within or against the Islamic Republic of Iran that have not been authorized by Congress, from the Committee on Foreign Relations.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Sorry. I can't do. The yeas and nays are ordered. Is there further debate on the motion?
Hearing none.
Hearing none.
Clerk will call the roll.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks.
No.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins,
He's a good guy. His wife, yeah, he's got a lot of energy.
Mr. Coons,
I don't know about that. Thank you.
Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Betterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Resch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Blumenthal, Booker, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schiff, Shaheen, Whitehouse. Mr. Wyden, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Bozeman, Capito, Cassidy, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Hawley, Hoven, Justice, Lee, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Mullen, Risch, Sheehy, Tillis, Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Moreno, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Bennett, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53, and the motion is not agreed to.
Sorry. Chair recognizes Senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
Chair recognizes the senator from Utah.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, here we find ourselves today, just a little over 24 hours after we began consideration of the Save America Act, having passed the motion to proceed to that measure yesterday afternoon. It's important to me, and I think it's important to the American people who overwhelmingly support this measure and the policy changes it would bring about when enacted into law. We keep a running tally of the arguments being raised against it. The arguments for and against it are and properly should be monitored by the American people so that they can see what's going on. This does, after all, impact them. And it impacts them in a way that goes beyond your run-of-the-mill piece of legislation. Everything we do potentially affects the American people in one way or another, some things more than others. A simple sense of the Senate resolution, a resolution declaring National Sofa Care Week might impact them less than something raising taxes, for example. This one is in some ways upstream from all of those, because the Save America Act deals with something very fundamental. It deals with the way that the citizens are able to interact with and influence their own government. It really was the fundamental premise of the founding of our nation and the creation of our republic. In many respects, Mr. President, the Declaration of Independence, whose birthday we're about to celebrate this year, we're nearly 250 years since we became our own country, since we declared independence. And the Declaration of Independence, in addition to kicking off the creation of the greatest civilization that human history has ever recorded, it also set out a vision for the type of nation we aspired to become, and in fact have become. It established a few basic principles. In many respects, the Declaration of Independence, while not quoted as often, while not celebrated as much, and while it's maybe a step or two detached from the day-to-day operation of the government, in some respects, the Declaration of Independence is itself the picture that we look at when we assess who we are as a country. The Constitution is the frame, the structure that holds it in place, that sets the boundaries. But the Declaration provides the picture. The Declaration acknowledges the existence of popular sovereignty. It acknowledges the natural fundamental rights that God and nature's God lay before us, that acknowledges the fundamental truths about who we are and what government is in relation to us, that we have these self-evident truths, these God-given rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, the understanding that government exists for the well-being of human beings and not the other way around, and that whenever government becomes destructive of those same ends, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, for example, it is the right, it is the duty, it is the obligation to alter or abolish that government and to establish something that will secure their freedoms. Some 11 years after that document was penned, after several years, we won the war against what was then the world's last standing great superpower. In a conflict that could be analogized to David and Goliath, we were not Goliath. We were David. We were the underdog of underdogs. Somehow we managed to win that war. We established a form of government after winning that war under the Articles of Confederation. Instinctively, intuitively, we adopted a form of national government that was weak, that was meek, that was mild, in part because we had just come off of an experience with our mother country where we saw that the risk of tyranny is greater at the national level than it is at the local level. Meanwhile, during our colonial period prior to the Revolution, we had had a taste of local self-rule in a way that was somewhat different than local government had been prior to that time back in the mother country. Given how far we were removed geographically, physically, in miles from the mother country, that by itself offered a degree of independence from our London-based government. We became accustomed to it. The amount of muscle flexed by the mother country would wax and wane over time, depending on what was happening back in London, throughout the British Isles, and throughout the British Empire. During periods where there were a lot of debts to pay off, often from wars waged on multiple continents, there were times when our British overseers became more aggressive in the way they regulated us, in a way especially that they collected taxes from us, and they became more of a brooding omnipresence during those seasons. It was during one of those seasons in which the American people had decided that they had had enough and that it was time to break our ties with the mother country and become our own country. So years passed, we won the war against all odds, against all expectations. We set up the Articles of Confederation, instinctively, reflexively creating a fairly weak form of national government, but it was so weak that it couldn't perform the basic functions that we needed a national government to perform. And it was that set of circumstances that led the individuals who would write the Constitution to try to come together. They tried to come together in 1786 in Annapolis. They couldn't form a quorum, so they abandoned that project. They reconvened the following year in the late spring of 1787. By the time they formed a quorum in 1787, the heat of the season was upon them. It was unseasonably hot, and it was muggy, as Philadelphia often is during that time of year. They labored through a process that was intense, that was itself a system that you might describe almost as flying a plane while building a plane. They came together initially, ostensibly, to amend the Articles of Confederation, to correct some of these inadequacies. The inability of the national government to forestall the economic balkanization that had started to take place among the former colonies, now states, and to deal with some of the defects of the Articles of Confederation. What came out from all of that was, of course, a completely new document. And it was a document that I believe was written by the hands of wise men raised up by Almighty God unto that very purpose. But it preserved these basic tenets of popular sovereignty, of natural rights that had been articulated so well in the Declaration of Independence. And it gave them substance, it gave them form. It put in place a structure that would be there to guarantee their endurance and to make them a reality. How is this relevant to the Save America Act? Well, it has everything to do with the Save America Act. In that Constitution, predicated on the Declaration of Independence, we made clear that the people are, in fact, the sovereigns, that this is their government. It set up these three coordinate branches of government. One branch of government, the branch of government in which we operate, that makes the laws. They understood this government from the outset to be the most powerful and the most dangerous, because the other two would operate, or designed to operate, in some ways ancillary to this one. They certainly understood that this was the most dangerous branch, and we know that because it's the branch of government most routinely subject to regular elections. Every member of the House of Representatives is subject to re-election every 2 years, and a third of the members of this body are likewise up for re-election every 2 years. So it's no accident, it's not a mere coincidence, that the Founding Fathers subjected us to the most regular elections because we're the most dangerous branch. We make the laws, the executive branch implements and executes and carries out those laws. The judicial branch resolves disputes over the meaning of the laws that we put in place, where two or more parties can't agree as to what a particular provision of federal law, whether it's statutory or constitutional, might mean. For all of this to work, popular sovereignty has to be maintained, and that means a close, tight connection to the American people themselves. These elections matter. It's one of the reasons why in Article 1 of the Constitution, the part of the Constitution that sets up the legislative branch, it gives the Congress the power to establish rules with some significant limitations, but rules nonetheless that would apply nationwide with respect to the Senate, to the election of federal officials, of members of the House of Representatives and members of the Senate. Those rules would need to have nationwide application because they involve distinctively national lawmaking powers. That's why we have the power to operate here to begin with. If at any point the federal government generally, or in particular this particular branch of government, becomes untethered from the will of the people, from the elections and the decisions made in those elections concerning those who serve in the Congress of the United States, whether in the House or in the Senate, we have a problem. To the extent that our elections for these federal offices lose their legitimacy, actual or perceived or a combination of the two, we end up with problems because the government itself starts to lose its legitimacy. And it's not just that, well, it's one of the three branches that is in question in this part of the conversation. It's that this is the wellspring of everything else that happens within the U.S. government. What happens in the executive branch and what happens in the judicial branch are, in many respects, downstream from what happens in this body, in this building, whose job it is to make laws. So that's where the Save America Act comes into play. But it comes into play after decades of Congress previously adopting laws, enacting laws, putting laws in place that somewhat altered the landscape for how elections, or at least federal elections, are carried out. One of those pivotal moments that we have to keep in mind as we discuss the Save America Act is a law that was passed in 1993, a law that really, without which we wouldn't be here today having this discussion. The law passed in 1993, to which I'm referring, is the National Voter Registration Act, the NVRA, also known as the Motor Voter Law. And what it does is it allows people in the United States, in any state that participates in the NVRA process, which nearly all the states do, with only a very small handful of holdouts, and an overwhelming super majority of the American population lives in those states that participate in it, and allows people in those participating states, when they apply for a driver's license, something that was unheard of, something that wouldn't have existed because none of the technology existed for it at the time of the American founding, but that today is more or less ubiquitous among the adult voting age American population, a driver's license. So the NVRA allows people, when applying for a driver's license in an NVRA participating state, to show up at a DMV, and as they're filling out their driver's license application, they may simultaneously register to vote. The reason Congress had authority to do that was because of our authority under Article 1 of the Constitution to set up rules governing these federal elections, to which I refer. It was a fairly simple concept, and it's been successful in many ways in helping a lot of people register to vote. There is some natural appeal to it, in that a lot of the same information that a person has to supply in order to apply for a driver's license is information similar to what one supplies when registering to vote. So there seemed to be a nice symmetry for it, and it has resulted in a whole lot of people registering to vote. A few things have changed in our laws and in our society since that law was adopted some 33 years ago. One of the things that has changed is that we do have a lot more non-citizens residing in this country right now than we did then, or perhaps at any time in American history. Some 30 million plus non-citizens reside in the United States. Between 2021 and 2025 alone, some 10 to 15 million people entered our country unlawfully during the Biden administration. That was a very significant development, a development that came about as another trend was also developing, a trend in which in nearly every state you can now apply for and receive a driver's license even if you are not a citizen of the United States. And in 19 of those states, plus the District of Columbia, you may apply for and receive a driver's license even if you are a known illegal immigrant, someone who is in this country unlawfully. In 19 states, plus the District of Columbia, you can apply for and receive a driver's license. Something else happened in the intervening time period. 20 years after the NVRA was passed by Congress, the Supreme Court of the United States, the highest court of the land that sits just across the street from us, decided a case called Arizona versus Intertribal Council of Arizona. And in that case, the Supreme Court did something that I still find puzzling, that I still find wrong, something that made the Save America Act very, very necessary. So I want to talk about that case for a minute and how that relates to this law and why the reference to that law is so important in refuting some of the arguments that are made against this bill. Because one of the arguments that you hear is that we don't need the Save America Act. We don't need it because federal law already prohibits non-citizens from voting, and so it doesn't happen. Or if it does happen, it's exceedingly rare, so much so that it almost never happens. You're more likely to get struck by lightning twice while standing in the same place than you are to see non-citizens voting, so the argument goes. And the argument goes, therefore, this legislation is not necessary. Go on with your lives, citizens. Don't worry about this. These aren't the droids you're looking for, whatever argument you want to make from it. That's kind of what they say. It doesn't wash. In fact, we can reach exactly the opposite conclusion of that. Let's get back to this decision made by the Supreme Court in 2013, Arizona versus Intertribal Council of Arizona. In that case, the Supreme Court of the United States ruled that states are prohibited from requiring proof of citizenship from those registering to vote in federal elections using an NVRA-supplied form, which is the form available at DMV locations across all of America, at least in those participating states, which are nearly all of the states. Now, this holding is problematic, especially considering that in many places, you're dealing with states who, even if they have reason to believe they might be registering people who are not citizens of this country, they still can't ask for documentary proof or any evidence of citizenship because the Supreme Court concluded that this was preempted out, that it was taken off the table, made something beyond the authority of the states under this law. It becomes doubly problematic in light of the fact that it's a relatively recent trend, or at least a trend that most people haven't been familiar with until fairly recently. There are some places throughout the country in which non-citizens are fully permitted to vote in certain non-federal elections, more typically in the context of local elections in certain states, including California, Maryland, Vermont, and the District of Columbia. And so, while explicitly permitting non-citizen voting in that context, while doing that, they're registering people to vote in those elections who are not eligible to vote in federal elections. So that raises the question, what steps, if any, are they taking to separate out those ballots, those voter registrations, for people who are known non-citizens of the United States, making them eligible to vote in some of these local elections in those jurisdictions like California, Maryland, D.C., and Vermont? What are they doing to make sure that those same voters in those voter registrations are not able to vote in federal elections? So why not have those jurisdictions certify that those voting in state-run federal elections are in fact U.S. citizens and that they've excluded all non-citizen voters registered in those jurisdictions from voting in any federal election? Why not enter into cooperative agreements, for example, with the federal government, allowing the relevant federal agencies to verify citizenship of anyone registered to vote, at least for purposes of voting in a federal election? But the Democrat-run governments in those jurisdictions refuse to do this. In fact, more than half the states have currently entered into memoranda of understanding with the federal government, with federal agencies allowing for this cooperation to take place. But these Democrat states refuse to enter into any such MOUs. So while Democrats argue that federal law prohibits non-citizen voting and insist that non-citizen voting is not just rare, but exceedingly rare, so rare that we shouldn't even consider it cognizable in this chamber, it remains unknown and in many instances unknowable how many illegal votes are being counted in federal elections, or how many illegal votes cast by non-citizens might be cast in any future federal election, including the midterm congressional elections taking place this November. There's currently no mechanism to verify the citizenship status of those registered to vote. And that's what this legislation was designed to provide, to fill this gap left quite inadvisedly and unnecessarily by the Supreme Court of the United States in Arizona versus Intertribal Council of Arizona. Now, look, that interpretation of the NVRA was wrong. This Congress did not preempt out state authority to verify citizenship in the NVRA. It didn't speak to that, nor did it so preempt the field that one could look at it and reasonably conclude that that's what it did. The Supreme Court was wrong. Nonetheless, a majority of the Supreme Court did reach that conclusion, and it remains the conclusive authority on that. My former boss, Justice Alito, wrote a beautiful, masterful dissent, like so many others that he has issued. Nonetheless, this remains the holding of the court, and it remains law of the land to this very day, and that's why we're here. So federal law prohibits non-citizen voting, yes, but a prohibition without a reliable verification process is an incomplete safeguard. In fact, it almost is at risk of becoming dead-letter law, in much the same way it would be if, I don't know, other laws, for example, prohibiting the sale of alcohol to underage purchasers, if that too ran on the honor system, because ultimately that's how this NVRA form works. After this Supreme Court decision in 2013, all a person need do is go into a DMV, say, I want to apply for a driver's license, fill out the form. And here's what their proof of citizenship looks like. It consists of checking a box saying, yes, I would like to register to vote, and then signing their name, certifying that, yes, I'm eligible to vote. Nothing to see here, no worries. These aren't the droids you're looking for. Go on with your lives. That doesn't work. And it wouldn't work the same way if we borrow by analogy my point about underage drinking. If all you had to do is go into a 7-Eleven or a liquor store or wherever people buy alcohol these days and say, I am old enough to buy alcohol. Kid's maybe 12, doesn't have to shave, never even looked at her razor. He's got a high-pitched voice that hasn't even started to crack yet. If all he has to do is check a box and sign his name, he's home free. It would then be almost impossible to detect, almost impossible to punish a law So you can have a law on the books, but if you leave no mechanism for its detection, for the detection of violations, or for any type of enforcement when a violation occurs, the law becomes more or less dead letter. Now, that'd be bad. Any society that decides it's a bad idea to sell alcohol to children, it's not really heading in a good place, doesn't lead to good policy outcomes. That would be bad. But I think it's got to be infinitely worse when that law deals not with just a general issue of public policy, as underage drinking does, but is at the very headwaters of all other federal law, because this determines the citizen's relationship with their national government. If they're no longer in charge of it, but somebody else is going to be, and we're allowing, in effect, and inviting foreign election interference in U.S. elections, that's a big problem. We've spent a lot of time, I expended a lot of effort in this body talking about the risk of foreign election interference in U.S. elections. Mr. President, I can think of no greater risk of foreign election interference than that which is occasioned by the NVRA and the Supreme Court's interpretation of it. And the circumstances we have now in which almost every state issues driver's licenses to non-citizens, including close to half of them issuing freely even to known illegal aliens, when we've got 30 million plus non-citizens living in this country, 10 or 15 million of whom entered this country unlawfully in the 4-year period between 2021 and 2025 alone. This is a recipe for disaster, and we are kidding ourselves. We are lying to our constituents if we pretend otherwise. Look, the core issue is not whether the law against non-citizen voting exists. It does. It is whether this law is fake, and it can't protect us, can't protect anybody. Pointing to an existing prohibition really misses the real issue: verification and enforcement. A law on the books is only as strong as the system used to enforce it. Federal law might prohibit non-citizen voting, but without reliable verification and cooperation between the states and the federal government, a reasonable mechanism by which the federal government may gain access to or insight into the voter registration files to verify, to confirm as to whether or not compliance is taking place, then that prohibition is not going to be enforced, certainly not meaningfully enforced, not consistently, not reliably, so much so that over time, the legitimacy and the perception of legitimacy of those elections is going to be badly impaired. And that is precisely where things stand today, Mr. President. This decision in Arizona versus Intertribal Council of Arizona created this massive structural gap. States administer federal elections like they do all elections. We don't want, we don't need, never had, hope we never will have a wholesale federal election authority. This is appropriately left to the states. But as has been the case since the dawn of the Republic, we're allowed to make rules in the form of laws that govern what happens specifically in the conduct of federal elections, elections for federal office. That decision left states administering federal elections without consistent tools to verify citizenship at the time of registration or subsequently. And meanwhile, you got these jurisdictions I've referenced, including California, Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Vermont, permitting non-citizens to vote in certain local elections. Well, those policies are limited to non-federal elections on their face because otherwise they would be trampling on federal law. They make it even more important to maintain clear, verifiable distinctions between those voter rolls used for local elections versus those that are going to be used in federal elections. That clear separation and that possibility of verification between voter rolls is important. In fact, it's of some tantamount importance that it warrants us having this discussion today and requires us, as it were, to pass this law. It morally compels us to do so. So this current system relies far too heavily on self-attestation, just basic honor code. You're on your honor system. Don't make it up. And on fragmented state processes, instead of this fragmented and insufficient process, states should be anxious to make full use of cooperative verification tools, such as data sharing agreement or memoranda of understanding with federal agencies to confirm citizenship status where legally permissible. That's what Utah has done. It's also what nearly every Republican majority state in the whole country has done. And yet the Democrat states, the blue states, refuse defiantly. That should tell us something. And this is where the policy disagreement that's at the heart of this discussion becomes even clearer. While some states have pursued data sharing arrangements and verification partnerships with federal agencies, others led by Democrats have refused to adopt these tools, defiantly so. This is cause for great alarm. Even if improper or fraudulent non-citizen voting is rare, the absence of uniform verification means that we cannot even measure it with any degree of confidence. And that in turn means we have no idea whether the problem is great or small, or as some implausibly suggest, non-existent. And that uncertainty itself undermines trust. And that trust is at the core of any system of government that relies on self-rule. Certainly any constitutional republic founded on democratic principles like ours cannot afford, must never experiment with anything that can detract from that. This legislation would close that gap by strengthening verification mechanisms, encouraging consistent cooperation, and ensuring that federal election rules are backed by enforceable processes, not just assumptions, not just faith and hope that everything will turn out well because, after all, nobody's going to do anything bad. Well, we know through sad experience and through an understanding of the human condition that faith, hope, and trust without any verification is no adequate system for any form of government. We see it depicted everywhere. We heard it recited through great presidents throughout history, including more recently presidents like Ronald Reagan, who talked about the need to trust but verify. We see it in the architecture and the art of this building. Constant reminders that we are to trust but verify. On the balustrade designed by Constantino Bramiti, just 1/4 floor beneath us, right outside of this chamber. There's this great bronze depiction of a cherub, an angel. On one side of the angel, we see a snake, and on the other side, we see a dove. Yeah, to me, that's always conjured biblical images of Jesus' admonition to be wise as serpents, but harmless as doves. We see it in Statuary Hall, the old House chamber. Enrico Kausiki's classic sculpture called Liberty and the Eagle. You've got this angel with her right arm outstretched, holding a scroll, which we presume to be the Constitution, maybe the Declaration, maybe both, I don't know. On one side of her, there is an eagle preparing to take flight. On another side, there is a bundle of sticks, known in architectural and artistic terms as a fasces. It's this symbol of e pluribus unum, that we're stronger than the sum of our parts. Normally, the fasces is bound up by leather straps or ropes. This one is bound up with a snake. It's another of these conjured biblical images, wise as serpents, harmless as doves. It's something buried deep within our DNA as Americans. It's something that inheres in any constitutional republic like ours. Trust but verify. Be wise as serpents but harmless as doves. In the book of Matthew, some of this stuff can be found in the teachings of Jesus and within the same sequence of verses that tell us to beware of wolves in sheep's clothing. Again, the importance of remembering to trust but verify. So the concern is not simply that non-citizen voting is or might be or might later become widespread, but that the absence of uniform verification standards make it difficult to impossible to measure, detect, or confidently rule out ineligible participation. Fraudulent votes cast by voters who may or may not be nice people, may or may not be friendly to the United States, may or may not be agents of a foreign power, but are not citizens and are thus prohibited from voting in our elections. And in that context, the legislation is framed as a preventative measure, strengthening verification, improving transparency, and increasing public confidence in federal elections. Look, if states are going to administer federal elections, which they do, and I hope they always will, they should meet, they must meet certain baseline standards for verifying voter eligibility, including cooperation with federal data systems where appropriate. Even if non-citizen voting turns out to be rare, the current system makes it difficult or impossible to detect that with any degree of confidence. And even if it were rare today, a point that I'm not willing to concede, we have no guarantee that it would remain rare for very long. Why would it remain so when it's so easy to carry out this form of illegal voting with virtually no chance of detection, apprehension, or penalty as a result? A law that strengthens verification and ensures consistent cooperation is not redundant. It is not unnecessary. It is not a nuisance. It is a necessary, indispensable step to make existing prohibitions enforceable and credible. So what else did they argue? Well, they've got a whole bunch of arguments. One of the arguments that they make goes something like this. It relies on the fact that in 2023, the Brennan Center for Justice partnered with Vote Writers, the Center for Democracy and Civic Engagement at the University of Maryland, and PublicWise to survey Americans about what identification they possess and what they know about voter ID laws in their respective states, in their state. They asked respondents whether they had documents that proved their citizenship, a passport, birth certificate, or naturalization papers, as the case may be, whether they had them, whether they had them readily available. Their research indicated that more than 9% of American citizens of voting age, or 21.3 million people, don't have proof of citizenship readily available. Now, they note that there could be many reasons for this. The documents might be in the home of another family member or in a safety deposit box, and at least 3.8 million, or so they concluded, don't have these documents at all, often because they were lost, destroyed, or stolen. So on that basis, some are arguing that the Save America Act, if enacted, would somehow disenfranchise 20 million or so Americans. Well, let's see if we can disentangle this argument so we can respond to it. Now, I've got some questions. First, did the Brennan Center verify the citizenship of the respondents? What if only non-citizens responded to the survey? If that were the case, then certainly those folks who wouldn't have access to those documents that prove citizenship because they wouldn't be citizens. Second, let's assume that they positively verified the citizenship of those surveyed. Even if that were the case, and even if those surveyed did not have access to the documents noted in the survey, it would not change the reality that this legislation does not disenfranchise them or anyone who is a citizen, or keep any citizen from registering to vote. The bill allows for use of more than just the documents noted in the survey. And importantly, it includes multiple fail-safe mechanisms to provide flexibility and to ensure that those who may not have their documents, due to whatever mishap or misfortune they may have encountered, to make sure that they can still register to vote with the help of an affidavit submitted to an election official, an affidavit setting forth the basic facts surrounding their birth, if they're natural-born citizens, or surrounding their naturalization, if they were naturalized citizens. So to the Brennan Center and to those organizations and individuals who have been peddling this false narrative of voter suppression and disenfranchisement, which, remember, is a really aggressive claim suggesting that 21 million Americans will be disenfranchised if this becomes law. That is a lie. That is an absolute lie. It is just not true. And to those peddling this lie, I strongly suggest, I implore you to check your crosstabs, verify your survey participants, do your homework, and more than anything, even if you don't spend any time with the survey at all or inspect the methodology, read the bill. If you just read the bill, you'll see right there in black and white, in plain English, in the bill now before us that was recently passed by the House of Representatives that we proceeded to yesterday. Go to page 12, line 22. Right there in black and white, you will see. This is so much easier than anyone is making it out to be. Those who are lying about the bill are ignoring this provision altogether. Because whether you're missing one document or you're missing all of them, either because your house burned down or your dog ate them, or you never had them to begin with, or you belong to some religious sect that doesn't allow you to keep such documents in the home. I don't know if such religious beliefs exist, but if they did, somebody might raise them. They can still get around this because all they have to do is go in when they register to vote, they swear out an affidavit setting forth the basic facts behind their citizenship. And the burden then shifts to the state election official to confirm or refute those basic assertions to which they've sworn under penalty of perjury are true, and they can carry it from there. You don't have to shell out a dime. You don't have to go back to grandma's house and dig through a mountain of documents in order to find the magic documents. Now, I will note here that there are other circumstances in which you have to prove who you are. There are other circumstances in which Americans routinely are required to not only show who they are with a photo ID, but to prove their U.S. citizenship. Perhaps the most common of these can be found in the form known as the I-9. Any American who has ever worked as an employee has filled out an I-9. You cannot get a job and begin new employment as an employee without filling out the I-9. And when you fill out the I-9 is very, very prescriptive. It's very strict. There are a few ways you can establish citizenship. One is through a U.S. passport establishing the fact of your citizenship. Another is if you don't have a U.S. passport, as many people don't, you can supply a birth certificate. And with the birth certificate, a form of government-issued photo ID. In some instances, a Social Security card gets factored in, but it's very rigid, it's very prescriptive. And it's very, very important for us to remember that this is far easier than anything in connection with the I-9 form. So if you've ever had a job, you've already had to prove your citizenship, if you are an American citizen, before starting that job. And you've had to do so under a set of standards far more exacting, far less forgiving, far less permissive than what we're dealing with right here. So this whole argument about 21 million people being disenfranchised, let alone, even one person being disenfranchised, it is a lie. You have to willfully, consciously disregard and lie about the existence of the text beginning on page 12, line 22 of this bill. Another argument that gets raised is that voting, the right to vote, is constitutionally protected as a right, and it should not be restricted by requiring documentation. Now, this is an interesting argument. There are lots of constitutional protections that we have. Yes, we have multiple constitutional protections that deal in one way or another with the right to vote. Voting is important. The Constitution not only protects that, but it's built around your right to vote. That doesn't mean, it can't mean, has never meant, and will never mean that the government can't take steps to make sure that people are voting lawfully and that they're entitled to vote. To suggest otherwise would make a mockery of all elections. The fact is that we've done everything we can to make this bill comply with our mantra. Let's make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. There are some in this body who are perfectly content with forgetting the second half of that equation altogether. Saying anything that makes it anything other than easy to vote must be unconstitutional because it's a constitutionally protected right. It's hard to identify a single constitutional right that is not without some limitation dealing with, among other things, curtailing the risk of fraud, of manipulating a right to harm or injure others. There are plenty of other constitutionally protected rights where you've got to comply with steps in order to exercise them. The Second Amendment, for example, protects your right to bear arms, and yet if you want to buy a firearm from any federally licensed firearms dealer, you got to fill out a fairly onerous set of forms. You got to prove who you are. You've got to establish, under penalty of perjury, that you are entitled to own a gun, that you don't fall into any of the prohibited categories under 18 U.S.C. Section 922G, either as a convicted felon, as somebody who has been declared by a court of competent jurisdiction to be mentally insane, as an alien illegally or unlawfully inside the United States, or any of the other categories of prohibited persons under 18 U.S.C. Section 922G. You have to submit this information with government-issued photo ID. Then you've got to wait sometimes minutes, sometimes hours, in order for a background check to be completed. Is this a burden on your Second Amendment right to bear arms? Yes, but that doesn't make it unconstitutional. Just like whatever incremental burden that you face in establishing that you are who you say you are and that you're entitled to vote in federal elections doesn't undo your constitutional right to vote. And it doesn't make this unconstitutional that we're just making sure that we don't make a mockery of our own elections. So the fact that something is a constitutionally protected right doesn't mean that you have a right to do it in a completely uninhibited manner. I don't know anyone who believes that. I don't think I've ever heard anyone make that argument here in this chamber, at least not seriously. And in fact, making it easy to cheat directly undermines the very same right that these people purport to be espousing, because it undermines the right of law-abiding Americans to cast their vote and to not have their vote diluted, offset, rendered meaningless by non-citizen voting. We just want to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. We can and we must accomplish both. We can't skip over either one. Another argument is that the Save America Act somehow violates what they refer to as states' rights. This is a term I hate. It's a misnomer. States don't have rights, states have authority. Authority is the opposite of a right. A right is a privilege against authority, whether by a state, by the federal sovereign, or otherwise. So states don't have rights. I don't like it. It conjures George Wallace images, and it's a complete misnomer. So let's refer to that as federalism, state sovereign authority, the relationship between the states and the federal government, whatever you want. Don't call it states' rights, but a lot of people are calling it that. And the people calling it that this week are the people opposed to this bill for completely ridiculous reasons that overlook the purpose of the bill, the text of the bill, and the constitutional structure in which we find it. Look, states work to protect individual rights with the authority granted to them by their state constitution and within the bounds set by the United States Constitution. And unfortunately, federal law currently prevents states from using this authority to protect voters and the integrity of our elections when it comes to protecting the rights of voters by excluding non-citizen voter participation. This law that we've been referring to is an existing federal law, the NVRA, the National Voter Rights Act, which the Supreme Court decided prohibits the states from requiring proof of citizenship, even though the statute itself says nothing about that. That's the Supreme Court's conclusive, binding interpretation of it. It needs to be changed in response to this ruling. It's a statutory interpretation, not a constitutional one, so we have the power to do that. It doesn't require a constitutional amendment, just a simple act of Congress to do it. So what I'm saying is that for those invoking federalism, the sovereign authority of the states, this is nonsense. This is absurd. If what they're saying is that the federal government has no place operating here because it involves elections, and elections are conducted by states even when they involve federal office, then the true remedy there would be, then let's undo the NVRA, because the NVRA is a federal law that imposes obligations on states. Nobody's calling for that. I'm not calling for that here. But what I'm saying is you can't accept the NVRA as law, which we all do, and simultaneously say that Congress may not make laws governing the election of federal officials because that might infringe on the authority of the states. That is an absurd argument. The only reason this bill became necessary, Mr. President, is because we have an existing federal law that's been badly interpreted as prohibiting the states from making any inquiry into a voter's identity and citizenship, thus thwarting the purpose of federal laws prohibiting non-citizen voting. Here's another charge. This is an interesting one. Another accusation, another argument being raised against the Save America Act is that this legislation would establish a private right of action that could be used to penalize hardworking election workers. Okay, that sounds scary to a lot of people. If you don't do any inquiry, if you don't do any digging into what the law actually says. Because what we all imagine when we hear that, we think of these great people, whether they're employed full-time by the state or whether they work during election season, either to help people register to vote or help them cast their vote or otherwise. It would seem unfair to put them in a position where they could become subject to litigation over it. But when you look into what the law actually says in the context in which it arises, it is not scary at all. It'd be scary if we didn't have it. It'd be unthinkable to not have it because otherwise the law could become completely meaningless and unenforceable. Absent some sprawling federal bureaucracy, which we're all loath to create. Another one of those. The fact is that private rights of action against election workers engaging in voter fraud already exist under federal law. The same set of federal laws that we are amending and that we were required to amend in this very act, making the Save America Act necessary to begin with. Those private rights of action already exist under these existing federal laws. This provision in the Save America Act merely extends the same provision that exists elsewhere in the NVRA to violations of the additional requirements of this legislation. And it would be insane not to do it because, again, we would render that dead letter. Just as we're rendering dead letter the criminal prohibition against non-citizen voting. That's not an argument against this bill. It's an argument for it. Another argument is that Americans are simply not comfortable with the government management of personal information for use in the database that would be used to help give meaning to all this, the Department of Homeland Security's SAVE system. This is a really interesting argument. Look, the information that the federal government uses to verify citizenship is already in the federal government's hands. It's already available for its use. The state voter data is not fully made available to the federal government under existing law, but should be in order to verify the citizenship of those voting in state-run federal elections. The United States government is the only entity on planet Earth that has data already whereby we can ascertain the citizenship or lack thereof of anyone in this country. And it would be an absolute absurdity, an absolute shame, an absolute miscarriage of justice to say that the federal government can't use that, it can't maintain that database, and it can't use it in such a way as to prohibit non-citizen voter participation in the context of federal elections. This is absolutely crazy. Now, if we want to start talking about the federal government having too much data about us, look, join the club, sign me up for that parade. It bothers me too. But it's really absurd to say that this one can't be used, especially because the citizenship data is already there. The federal government's already got all kinds of information on you, on me, on every one of us, more than I wish it had. But if there's anything any set of data that the federal government ought to have and maintain and be able to use, it's data on who is a citizen and who is not. Show me any American who believes otherwise, any American outside of this building, and I'll be shocked. Another argument is that the SAVE system is somehow a Doge-like system given to the same department that runs ICE. Oh, horrors. Look, for people who think that we should have immigration laws but we can't enforce them, it makes perfect sense why they would oppose the Save America Act. They want to render vestigial our criminal prohibitions against not-a-citizen voting, just like they want to render vestigial our immigration laws. In any event, this is a terribly misleading correlation. The SAVE system verifies citizenship and highlights ineligible voters. Citizenship verification happens across government. It does happen. It will continue to happen. It must happen. That's one of the fundamental duties of any government, is to know and have access to information to ascertain whether somebody is a citizen. Verifying citizenship through the SAVE system would protect federal voters, would protect actual American citizens who are allowed to vote, while non-citizens are not. Another argument. Well, if you don't have a passport, you won't be able to vote. And passports cost money. You're going to have to shell out close to $200 in order to get one. And this is going to end up disenfranchising everybody who doesn't have a passport. This is one of the most pernicious lies in the entire pantheon of paranoid fantasy-derived lies against the Save America Act. See page 14, line 15 of the bill. If you don't have documentation, you don't have a problem. Page 14, line 15 is in the substitute amendment, in the text of the original House-passed vehicle, which we're now considering. I believe that's on page 12, line 22. Again, maybe your house burned down and all your documents burned with the house. Maybe your dog ate your passport, your birth certificate, and every other document. Or maybe all that stuff got stolen when you went to Europe or Mexico. Maybe your Aunt Madge took off with all of them before she went crazy and sent all of it to the dry cleaners and then ended up having all of it burned for some inexplicable reason. But no worries. Even if all that happens to you, there is this attestation process administered by state officials to put the burden back on the state, not on you, without a single additional document other than what you provide to them in the form of a sworn affidavit made under penalty of perjury. You put the obligation on them to complete the process without a single scrap of official additional documentation. Another argument is that the SAVE America Act would somehow disenfranchise millions of citizens, including and especially women and persons of color. Look, no one in this body, Democrat or Republican, should ever disrespect the dignity of racial minorities or of women by claiming that they're somehow incapable of obtaining an ID and proof of citizenship. An ID is necessary in daily life to drive a car, to get a job, to board a plane, open a bank account, or even attend the Democratic National Convention. Yes, you have to show who you are. Yes, you have to prove that you have the right to be there, to attend and participate in the Democratic National Convention. No, you will not get in. No, you will not be able to participate in that because you don't have the right to do that. You have to have the proper documentation to prove who you are. So if this is somehow Jim Crow, then so too is the Democratic Party. The party which, after all, is the original gangster behind the Jim Crow movement. So this is stunning to me that anyone would, from that party, the party of Jim Crow, the party that subjected so many millions of Americans over so many decades to hateful, racist laws, prohibiting them from participating in the most basic activities of human existence, let alone their participation in civic life, in government, in education. For them to call this Jim Crow is inexcusable. It is illogical. It does not reflect well on them, and shame on anyone who makes that comparison, because that's not what that is. Moreover, the soft bigotry of low expectations comes into play in here. that to every woman and to every racial minority I know is deeply, deeply offensive. Shame on anyone who makes this argument. It is not credible. Mr. President, I've been passed a note from my friend and colleague, the distinguished senator from Minnesota, that the distinguished senator from Minnesota needs to speak. I don't know whether this is in a form of a question to the speaker or... May I proceed? Thank you. Mr. President, another accusation, another argument that's being made here that's quite spurious and it just isn't accurate is that U.S. elections are already free and they're already fair, and so we don't need to mess with them. We shouldn't mess with them. If we do anything to mess with them, that'll upset that. Well, yeah, look, Americans are promised free and fair elections. That means that the elections should be rid of any election fraud and any voter suppression, because an election isn't free and it isn't fair if, in fact, we allow people who don't have the right to vote, especially if we set in motion a sequence of events that will inevitably culminate in not just a few, but ultimately thousands, then tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of non-citizens to vote in these elections. This is not hyperbole, Mr. President, with an estimated 30 million plus non-citizens in this country, and with nearly every state freely issuing driver's licenses to non-citizens, 19 states plus the District of Columbia issuing them even to known illegal aliens. And all you have to do is fill out the form, check the box, and sign your name at the bottom. No problem. These aren't the droids you're looking for. I'm just fine. You think nobody's going to do that? You think a lot of people aren't going to do that? Well, shame on all of us if you fall for that. That's absurd. The threat of non-citizen voting, the mere potential for it, violates these standards. Citizens should not have the force of their vote, the meaning of their vote, diluted, bastardized, adulterated by non-citizen participation. The Save America Act works to verify and protect the votes of American citizens. Now, here comes another one, an argument that is also really sophomoric, is probably too polite, but I'll use that term for the moment. That somehow the Save America Act will suppress voters generally, but protect Republicans. That's offensive, and it falls under its own weight. Look, the Save America Act will protect the value of each citizen's vote. It is utterly agnostic. It cares not whether you're a Republican, a Democrat, a member of the Giraffe Party, or the yet-to-be-formed National Party of people who are opposed to both Democrats and Republicans, the Green Party, the Purple Party, whatever party you want to belong to, or no party at all. It protects your vote. It is party agnostic. It in no way, shape, or form controls the priorities that voters would bring to the ballot box or preferences one group of them over another. It instead ensures that priorities developed into law by way of our elections accurately reflect the will of U.S. citizens, and only U.S. citizens. Because remember that concept of popular sovereignty we've been talking about this entire time. In fact, the entire 250 years of the American Republic, we've been talking about popular sovereignty. It is the fundamental building block upon which all of our laws and our Constitution and our Declaration are built. The idea that the people are sovereigns. We have no king. We, the people, are the sovereigns. We, the people, collectively enjoy that right. Identifying what the franchise is and who has that right to vote is so fundamental to protecting popular sovereignty. As the saying goes, if everyone's family, no one is. So too here. If everyone is a citizen or everyone has the same prerogatives as citizens, no one does. It ceases to be meaningful because it gets diluted past the breaking point. Here's another argument. It's just patently fraudulent. On its face, it fails. It's made with reckless disregard for the truth or knowledge of its falsity when it is made. If the Save America Act would somehow require every American now registered to vote to re-register. This is There's just not a scintilla of truth to this. I've never really known what a scintilla is, but it is a very small thing. There is not even a particle of truth to this. It is not only guilty of being false, it is the very definition of false argument and should not be countenanced in this or any self-respecting legislative body. Nothing at all in the Save America Act, no plausible interpretation of it, would require voters to re-register. At the end of the day, Mr. President, we can scan the horizon for as many straw man arguments as we can fathom. I have yet to conceive of, much less hear articulated, any legitimate reason for anyone to oppose this bill, which in me raises a question I don't like to ask. In our constitutional republic, why would somebody oppose this? What legitimate reason? Who benefits? Cui bono, as they would say in Latin. I don't know why, but it sounds more impressive when they say it in Latin. Who benefits from the status quo? Who benefits from allowing non-citizens to continue to register to vote? And yes, it does happen. Those on the other side of the aisle continue to insist that it does not. It does. More information comes out every day on it and is going to continue to come out in larger and larger numbers. I don't know whether it has anything to do with the fact that so far, some of those, a whole lot of them, most of them that I've seen, where they've dug in, looked at the voter registration files, looked at which way they've registered to vote, a lot of them happen to be registered Democrats. I hope that's not the reason, but it does make you wonder, why are they so opposed to this? If the best they can come up with is it's already against the law, well, there are a whole bunch of things that if we use that same argument, that argument would collapse. Yeah, it's also against existing law to sell alcohol to minors. And yet we have laws in place to make people identify themselves with documentation establishing who they are and that they meet the criteria necessary to purchase alcohol. We have countless other instances in federal law, in state law, and in daily citizen interaction in which we have to prove that we are who we say we are in order to access that which we want to access. We don't flinch, we don't question it because we understand that when we allow somebody else access to, I don't know, our bank account, our medical records, our flight logs, our airplanes in interstate travel, our Social Security benefits, our veterans benefits, hunting licenses, fishing licenses, ballparks, the Emmys, the Grammys, the Emmys, the Grammys, the Super Bowl, or the Democratic National Convention. Bad things happen when we allow just anyone to come in, even if they don't have the right to do the thing that they want to do in the moment. It is not only not wrong for us to insist on this proof, it would be morally irresponsible of us. It would be a reckless disregard for one of the most sacred principles underlying our constitutional republic for us to ignore it. I will not ignore that, and I intend to continue to come back here day after day, week after week, as long as it takes until this bill is passed into law. The American Republic, our oath to the Constitution, and those who've elected us to this office require nothing less. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from South Dakota.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S4138, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
S4138, a bill to waive the 60-day notice requirement for the posthumous honorary promotion of Captain Cody Cork, United States Army.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following resolutions, which are at the desk. S-Res 649, S-Res 650.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 12 o'clock noon on Thursday, March 19th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, and the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day. Morning business be closed, and following leader remarks, the Senate resume the House message with respect to S-1383.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of Senators Klobuchar and Murphy.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise today to join many of my colleagues in standing up to protect American citizens' constitutional right to vote and fighting back against this administration's most recent attack on access to the ballot box. What are Americans really talking about right now? What do they really wish we were focused on in this great chamber? Not the Save America Act. They'd like us to focus on the Save America Money Act, because Americans see rising costs because of these across-the-board tariffs that I oppose, the gas prices that are surging, the health care costs doubling and tripling, because the White House and congressional Republicans decided not to extend the tax credits for the health plans, doubling, tripling of people's premiums, particularly in rural areas where they tend to rely on these plans more. So instead of simply making their case to the voters of this country, the American citizens, or maybe taking a look at their policies and see if there's a way to work with us on the Affordable Care Act tax credits and compromise, or trying to add more energy to the grid instead of taking wind projects off the grid, they're trying to pass legislation to pick their voters with this bill. It is by President Trump's own admission. This is not me saying it. He's the one, an exact quote, that says that this bill, quote, "it will guarantee the midterms," end quote. As my friend and colleague, Senator Raphael Warnock, has said, some people don't want some people to vote. That is why so many of us have come to the floor this week. We don't think eligible American citizens should be kicked off voter rolls, or there should be burdensome hurdles for people to register for vote. Nothing is more fundamental to our democracy than our fair and free elections and right of Americans to make their voices heard at the ballot box, whether they're Democrats, Republicans, Independents, whatever political beliefs they have. Throughout even the most difficult times, Americans have stood in ballot lines because the right to vote is what secures our freedoms. But right now we are seeing unprecedented attacks on the foundation of our democracy from this administration, and we all know it's not for the first time. There was the insurrection on January 6th, right here, right in this chamber. Someone came up, sat there on the presiding officer's desk, a violent mob, for the purpose of